Hello, everyone. Sorry for being so late today. Uh, I ended up watching another. I gotta stop watching Netflix in the morning because I got hung on. Actually, it turned out to be a fairly decent movie. I was totally expecting to be crap and be able to walk away from, but the Ghostbuster film that came out not too long ago actually turned out fairly decent. Not the one with the chicks in it. No. Um, that one I just flat out I hate remakes when they do that. Um, but the Ghostbusters that I frozen something or another, that was pretty good. That one they did a really good job incorporating a somewhat new cast with the originals, and that is how you do it. Not, yeah, it's political. I'm not going there, and I'll get in a lot of trouble. So, uh, let alone frying pans upside the head. So we'll just kind of leave it there and kind of segue into the fact, hey, we're flying the Queen today down to Los Angeles. Right now, folks, take a good look. You don't see this very often in Anchorage this time of the year. A blue sky. Now, granted, that's usually what's over it, but yeah, you've got a pretty good day shaping up there in Anchorage. Hey, I'm sure you guys will probably say we need it. But anyway, folks, we are in Felis's 747 200 Classic, and I haven't done my due diligence and went over and done a lot of scouring his Discord channel. I've heard rumors of a freighter version coming out. It may have already, and that'll be cool. It really will. But I think it might be another one that I dabble into of late. This airplane just enamored me and kind of shelved the newer. So, all right, but again, Anchorage to Los Angeles, folks, we got a lot of work to do. I haven't done hardly any of it. So let's get in there, get this thing up and going. Pardon me if I'm quiet, follow along. We're pretty much cold and dark. Now, I do have the ground power unit hooked up, and the initial setup, meaning I've got the navigational lights on. So I've powered the aircraft to a point, but we got a long way to go, short time to go. So let's get ourselves up into the cockpit, take a quick look at what this flight looks like from the eye of Sim Toolkit. Okay, there we are. Ooh, looks like I was actually going to try and come online. That might not be a bad thing to do, so I think I shall. Let's do that first and then we'll talk it over. I was going to do that before coming online, but I rushed, and you never should rush, folks. That's how important steps get missed and cause future problems. Also, yeah, you guessed it, the ons are back. I don't know why, but man, I just don't get it. D that, okay, and making sure all my codes look good. There we go. Yeah, we did. I just want to make sure the call sign I was using was correct. And we are a 742. All right, now that's our auto squawk. We'll come back to that in just a second. Let's get into this now. All right. Um, so we're going to run with 66,270 pounds on the plane. That really isn't, in my book, a lot of weight. We'll find out as we load it. It is going to, it's a lot of people. So that's what I was kind of curious. SimBrief, I don't think has a really good freight model um, to work off of in performance. Stand by. We're gonna change that for now. There we go. All right, sorry about that, folks. Just trying to make it a little less obtrusive. Hang on here. I do remember doing something yesterday. I need to bring that up. Okay. All right. So, where I was, so they don't have the real freight knowledge, so most of the aircraft load with people. Do the math, you can figure it out. Or just work off payload. Payload 66,270. The Rampies are putting 132,827 pounds in the plane. That's what we are requesting, but we'll show you what actually goes in because we do have a loader on the plane. We'll show you all of this. If you're not familiar with this plane, before I start, folks, I highly recommend it. If you, now I am throwing a caveat out here, folks, if you're willing to fly a plane that 3 people took to operate it as one individual, I put that little scary thing out there because I want you to understand that's how this plane flew. Captain on the left, flight officer on the right, flight engineer in the back. If you're new, this can be an overwhelming plane. You're doing a lot of jobs that 3 people did. Um, so keep that in mind. But if you like the challenge, you also have the ability to fly it with SIVAs, INS, and LTNs. There's a long story. I'm not going to tell it. I don't fly the INS systems. Nothing at all to do with Felis. All to do with me. Goes a long way back, and yes, I know a long way back means it probably isn't today. Problem is, I don't want it to be today, and that's why. Um, so I'm sticking with the default FMCs, which you can select here. So if you want the INS, sorry folks, not going there. I know how fun they are. I do. I loved them until that point where they just didn't work anymore. And I don't want to go into that with Felis. So, and believe me, the developer of that product back then and I talked hours. And thankfully, another program came out and I was able to continue to fly his great plane, but unfortunately, without the use of the INS. I'll suck that one up, folks, and fly it with the FMC. Um, if you don't want to and you want the INS, go for it, folks. It's a great plane for it. So that's all I'm going to do here. I don't want to drag this out. We got a lot to do anyway. All right, you can see the route here. Now it's telling us 25 right for takeoff. I'm going to use 15. Sorry, folks. 25's one, way too long of a taxi. 2, 1.5 is the preferred takeoff runway. So I don't and I don't know what's going on real world other than the fact they're probably trying to keep two runways in use. And the way probably the winds are, it's virtually impossible probably to put 7 in use. So they're going 2.5, and since 2.5 is a bear to get into for landings, it's easier to take off. That would be my initial assessment. All right, today we're going to cruise at 37,000 until we reach VIDKU, which is flight level 390 step climb. We'll go through that when we get there. So, and that is going to be somewhere between um, MDO and Boxer. Just going to let you know. Weather here in Anchorage, speaking of, oh, why aren't they taking off on 07 then? Interesting. You know, sometimes ATC, and I don't care if it's VATSIM or the real world, sometimes you just shake your head going, what? What? Oh, well, we'll just say that. What? 070 at 8. Complete tailwind. And there is departure for that. That's what's amazing. But anyway, 10 miles, few clouds at 2,000, scattered at 6,500. It is a balmy 5 degrees down here, folks. Those of you in the Celsius world are going, yeah, probably is a balmy 5. For us guys, it's 41 degrees Fahrenheit. For Anchorage, that is not a bad day, especially if the sun can be out. Hey, we say that here when it's in the 40s and the sun's out. Oh, thank God, at least the sun's out. All right, over in Los Angeles. All right, they have been having some maritime issues, I think, there. It's variable at 4, the winds. 7 miles visibility, few clouds 800, and a few at 13,000. And the winds right now are they're showing on the chart here out of the north. I really don't know what they really are right now. So, but for now, we're not going to 2.4 right. We'll be going to the 2.5s. It's easier to get to FedEx that way. Not to say in the real world they might shove you to 2.4, just so you know, and you're going to have to make that taxi to them. You can always make the request, and they can always say, do as we say. So, they're not that mean, but you get the point. All right, so you can see Anchorage here, Anchorage proper. This is the airport, Lake Hood, right here. Some of your instrumentation, when it comes up, may call this portion Lake Hood, just to warn you. Most ACAR systems now override that somehow, some way, but it's possible. Yeah, it's that close, folks. Welcome to one of aviation's heaviest general aviation areas. Quick, cute story. Elmendorf, right here, U.S. Air Force Base. When the Blue Angels or the Thunderbirds come in for an air show, say they come in early and they want to, they usually want to pick points out so that, what they do, show center, looks spectacular like we all know. Here's a problem. Most of the people here, and I don't know how they get away with it, aren't talking to ATC. So in order for them to practice, they got to verify that it's clear. Oh yeah, you guys thought you ain't gonna trample on my rights down here. I'm gonna do as I please. They do it up there, and it was quite a funny display. And they weren't talking to him. That's the funny part. ATC was not talking to these Cubs, 180s and so forth, just flying as they wish out of Merrill. I don't even know how they get out of Merrill without a radio, but they do. It just amazed me. Merrill is the GA airport. Well, it won't center on it, but it's about right here. Also, oddly enough, with Merrill, there's an actual hospital on the airfield. Not unusual. There are many airports like that. But of course, how cold it gets, the aircraft actually come in and taxi in and shut down in a hangar in the hospital to get them out of the elements. Watch that on a neat documentary too. I was like, what? Really? So obviously great ventilation, the whole 9 yards. So anyway, Alaska is unbelievable in many ways. So I loved it. We were up there for 2 weeks. I flat out loved it. Um, I still don't know if I could live in it, but it was interesting. One last note here on this chart. You see all this brown? Yeah, that's actually it looks worse here than it did there. Flying into Anchorage, like I said, we took a cruise. We were supposed to come in this way, the way he talked off Big Lake, and we ended up swinging around this way. Came in this way. I'm flying over the inlet here, the and going. I don't remember hearing about a drought. I mean, it was literally looking like you see right now, brown. Like, what the heck's going on here? We land, and I don't say anything to the driver taking us to the hotel and all, and we walk around, and it's still. I'm just mesmerized that nowhere in the news were they talking of this major drought in Alaska. And by the way, this goes straight to the Gulf of Alaska, so we're talking Pacific Ocean, folks. Come to find out, took a couple days on the cruise, and going from the boat in Juneau out to our whale watching. The tour guide talked because again, the brown was there in Juneau, and I'm like, why is this not on the news? I'm thinking I was just about to ask when the tour guide said Alaska has the second greatest tidal change in the world, second only to Greenland. And I sat there and went, what? It will shift, folks. The tides somewhere 2 to 4 feet from high to low tide. Now you're all thinking, oh, ain't too bad. Oh, till you see it. It's unbelievable. Imagine 4 feet of water coming into the beach from a hurricane and what it does. This is constant. The but the biggest problem isn't they understand that's how it is. The problem is when that water recedes, there are healthy things out there for people to go get. Or worse, animals. They get stuck, and here comes the tide back in. You don't have very long, folks, before it'll be over your head. They got a lot of rescues that go on because of that for both animal and human. So, really, a wild, literal wild place. And I was just mesmerized by all of that. So, anyway, I've talked long enough. Let's get going. Like I said, a lot to do, short time to do it. But yeah, amazing things happen in Alaska. All right, let's get to work. All right, so like I said, we're on the external power. We have the galley powers on. If this was a passenger plane, you would definitely have them on. Trim air's on, humidifier on, and the uh, recirc's on. Also, up front, we've started the alignment process and got our radios and all set up or turned on. Okay, so let's hit it. If it says test, test it. Told you we haven't done much. I do this because it's a lot easier to see what I need to see with this fire check aimed at the fire bottles themselves. All right, now we're going to check the wheel brakes. Make sure the sensors are indeed reading. Push the test button. Okay, anti-skids all look good. Okay. And coming down. Now, if you're like me, I am going to run the checklist, so that's why I make sure I do all of these, because they'll walk you through and check them all with you, and they'll grunt and, oh, really? Man, hold on, kind of deals, and I just try to avoid that. There is a whole litany of tests you can do here. I don't. Turn the panel lights up. And we're just checking all the light bulbs, make sure they're burning. All right, and we're all set here. Let's start up here. Okay, everything good. There is no reject takeoff, nor do we do the Airbus thing, go to max. We just keep it off. Okay, nav. By the way, these CellCal and your HFs do not work. And I will say thank you, Felis, for the HF not working. Ever watch a video where they use it, you'll understand. One that comes to mind, you can actually buy it. It's Polar Operations, Just Flight, Just something. They do a lot of airline, aircraft type videos, and the Polar Ops will take you into the world of HF. Oh, I can't imagine having to listen to that. Okay. Okay, all the lights work up here. Working down here, as well as down here. All right, now we get to do some big time testing. Hang on a second, bring our panel lights up. And last set is right down here. I'll be there in a minute. Okay. All right. So my best advice to you here, start with, if you have NavGraph, if not, go to SkyVector, get an ILS. Don't care which one. In our case, we'll choose 1.5. It's right behind us. Okay, get the frequency 11175. Okay, don't worry about this down here at all yet. Okay, and then set it over here as well. All right, so you can see the localizer. The glide slope right now shows not in. Okay, let's do our test. We can actually test this. So let's test that we're up and left on the localizer, up on the glide slope. Okay, you see the needle up and the needle went left. Now probably won't move much downright because we're already downright crazy. But it did move a little, so we can see that, and we have the down indication, so that's cool. Now I'm going to set 1315 here, only to get it off the channel so it doesn't mess up when we do this side. And then we'll check our flight director, uh, auto throttles off, autopilot's off, courses right now don't care. Selector for your heading, VOR, ILS and stuff is heading. And I'm going to dial this to 5,000. I always start there because most of your clearances are going to be pretty close to that. Granted, you get to the higher airports like Dallas or Denver, Vegas. Vegas, you may actually get it, and so forth, up in altitude. it's already pretty close to there, so you know you're going to get higher. All right. Why did I set this as for later? Okay, vertical speed zeroed. Our climb off. Another flight director to check. Another up. Oop, oop. 175. There we go. Now up left. Make sure you see the glide slope. So it takes a little bit, and your radio switch. Okay, and again, now we don't have a brightener over there for the lights, except for there. Now we're going to kind of start in and test the gauges here. Y'all wondered why they showed up so early? Now you're getting a flavor of why. Okay, we'll push to test 1, push to test 2. And no, we're not like the 7.2 where we can actually push all of these buttons and make sure they work. Okay, altimeter. The only thing I do here, folks, is if I haven't already set the altimeter to the airport, okay? And currently, they switched runways, by the way. 2978, okay. And then we test the radar altimeter, okay? Bold on your instrument approach charts is above sea level. That's this altimeter. Bracketed altitudes, not bold, are above ground level, meaning that's what your radar altimeter, that is what this gauge does. Okay, just delineating the two, helping you with your charts. All right, so we can do a test. This will be, that right there is your minimums call. Okay. You won't get it on the first officer side, just so you know. You just won't. All right, and then we'll, oh, I got to come back out. Hang on, because both of them are going. All right, and now we're doing a warning check. All of them lit up there, and all of them over the gyro over there. Okay, again, I tested these, all right. Good lights. Everything looks good here. All right, now we're going to zoom back in. Okay, so we'll get our maximum. Now, what we're about to test, did it really? Huh, I missed that somehow. Okay, you've heard this tone. Let's see if you know what it is. If without, well, you may not be able to read it. Yeah, that's your approaching altitude, and either way, up or down. Should come on either way. Now, this one you never, ever, ever hear on Flying with Mike.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Yeah, that never, no, we're such a great pilot, that never comes on. If it does, it's telling me, hey, you're a great pilot. No, oh no, that's not one of the GPWSs. All right, rudder ratio, that's very simple. It's just a light that comes up second row from the bottom, far left or far right. All right, moving on up, actually moving on over. Again, push to test, push to test, test your artificial horizon on the first officer. Should get some light ups on both sides. Click clear and clear. Now, whatever you set altimeter wise, I hope you remembered. If not, go back and get it and set it here. Now, it should set. It may not if you haven't got it set right. And then another test. And again, just to prove it will not go off, here's the test of the radar altimeter system. This is only a test. See? It only needs to go off for one. Timer set, everything looks good. Pressure's in the green for the brakes. Rolling over. Now, for those of you born before the turn of the century, this gauge, well, you know what it is, but you don't know what a CRT is. It's something you had to warm up. It's included, and this is compliments of Hawker 125, your TVs. You had to, there was a brief warm up period, but the tubes had to warm up in order to show what you wanted. Not today. Poof, your screens are usually on. Poof, kind of like that dog commercial, cleaning things. Poof. I actually like that commercial. Um, so I set it here, and then we just kind of walk across. All the guards are down. We'll come back to the FMCs here in a moment. This one's on. Okay, now let's check down below. Gonna pan up a little. Okay, so your trim here, however the gaugey thing is over here. Parking brake set. Speed brakes are down. Flaps show up. 0 and 0. Inboard, outboard. While we're here, throttles. That's telling you your aircraft is not configured for takeoff. You might want to redo your takeoff checklist. Your fuel levers, idle cutoff. Radios, we'll get to a neat little feature with them. I'm sure there'll be rules coming against us doing them, but they're there for now. But you can turn them down if you need to. Here's what an INS looks like. Okay, it's not a complicated piece, folks. That is not why I don't fly them. There is some complexity to it, but it's not as bad. The only bad thing about them is they take 10 to 20 minutes to align, and you can only put 9 fixes in at a time. Now, I'm not 100% sure on the LTN, but I'm pretty sure it too is 9 fixes at a time. There was a version of INSs that went in not long before the FMCs started hitting the market, that you could actually put 9 on, because actually what happened here, folks, you have an INS here, INS here, INS here. You have 3 of them, but you could only use 1 and put your fixes in, and it would track through them, and then you would replace if you're on a super long haul flight as you go. And folks, sometimes that's enough just going from the US to Europe. However, they had one come out where you could put 9 on this one, 9 on this one, 9 on this one. Total of 27 fixes. Now, I never got to play with that one. That came out on the version that I played with the INSs, a Century of Flight, just before it all went kaplooey. And I couldn't do a doggone thing with them. And I would have loved to have tried it, because I did some ultra long hauls. By that, it's like flying from Tokyo to Baku or Sharjah in Dubai. There are more than 20 some fixes in here, folks. You literally not hand, but you VOR NDB navigated to your end of your star and took on from there. And that still left you 20 to 30 fixes to rotate through. You're working. There is no going to bed on it, folks. So that's what the INS looks like. You had to align it, put your fixes in up to 9. And like I said, the last version I knew, and I thought it said LTN, but Uh, Folks, my memory shot. I don't know. But 27 total fixes could go in at once, and then you could start recycling them as they got used. So there you have it, folks. The checks are done. Proverbially in the mail. Lastly, down here, all you're doing is making sure your frequencies are set up. Your nav frequencies, obviously, are on the eye of your dash. So make sure you're on X pounder, standby. Now, there is some tests you can do here of the EPR system. I don't do them. And then I come down here and, like you saw, turn the lights on. So right now, we're ready to go. Let's go ahead, get the FMC loaded, folks. It's default. It doesn't really require much from the aircraft like some do. Let's see, we're in P, so next page. There it is. And yes, I saved time. No, we're not flying that runway. Matter of fact, I'm kind of curious. They switched runways here in the real world. What? Landing. Departures 7 left, 3-3. Okay, I can buy that with the way the winds are. And arrivals 7 left. Okay, so we're going to go into departures. We're going to use 3-3. Anchorage 1. Yes, that is not part of my flight plan, but I will show it to you here. Well, I'll show it to you right now. Okay, first, here's where FedEx is. We actually have, whoa. Hang on a second, folks. 10-9B1. Oh, wow. That's awesome. They have now, no, that's not 9. Oh, here we go. They've actually now put in, oh, however, I don't think we're going to get FedEx. Nope. Okay, FedEx is here and the parking spots aren't delineated like you see them here. For a second there, I'm like, I'm going to be able to put coordinates in for FedEx now? Cool. No, but you can if you fly for UPS or for Giant, Polar, and Everett's. Pen Air if they're still around too. And then they have satellite parking here. Cool. I'm sorry. I got distracted. My bad. But anyway, here you go, folks. Oh, but anyway, we can do it this way. We're going to come out. We'll push back, face this way, taxi down. Is that Victor or Romeo? Actually, we'll come down Yankee to Kilo and take off. Believe it or not, they like to go opposite ways on it because you're going to sometimes see them land and then they'll come back down this way. But if we come down this side, we're not interfering with the almighty passenger traffic. There really isn't a lot. Alaska, they've all kind of scaled back. Alaska came back a little. They've lost a lot of, COVID really did a lot of damage up here. And it's a shame. And yes, Anchorage and Lake Hood are connected. So, but anyway, to our departure we chose. Sid, Anchorage 1. All right, doesn't look like much, does it? Well, here is our first fix, Middleton Island. All right, but it really doesn't look much. That's because the meat and potatoes hit the ground here. You taxi down, kilo, take off 329 to 600 feet or higher, and then kick it to 301. Fly that a little bit, and then begin to turn it on to a 180, if you will, and then start lining it up for your fix. The goal, in my book, get above 9,000 feet before you get to the mountains. Many a times, folks, those mountains are shrouded. See if we can see them. They're shrouded in clouds. So it's granite cumulus. You go in, you're going to not come out if you're below 9,000 feet. So bad day, really bad day. And yes, many of an airplane have tried. And they found out they get stuck with no way out. It's really a bad thing. All right, and then vectors to TED. So yeah, we could you could swing it back over. All of this allows you to get that much needed altitude. I, on the other hand, usually just kind of come down and kick over. However, if ATC comes up, that makes us all mute. We go by what they say, or else. All right. So charts away. So that is now programmed. For now, we'll leave it set up for the way it is into Los Angeles. We can actually go through it like we normally do. I don't even think we're set up yet. Well, we do have the bayest. I don't think we don't have a runway as of yet. So we'll kind of leave this till we get closer and we hear from them what they want. All right, now back to flight plan. Now to the VNAV page again. I told you there isn't much to it. 37,000. And then over here, I'll put legs. And there you go, folks. We've done all the checks. We're ready to go. Let's just do the last stuff. And that's load the plane. It's the only thing we haven't done. Let me just make sure I got my load sheet right. 66,000. So let's start here. What's my payload? Hey, look at that. We're 3,000 off. All right, there we go. 66,220. We'll push one up here. That'll put us over. That's fine. Okay, that's all fine and dandy. Let's go to 30. Is it 39 what we end up at? Hang on. Yeah, 39. Okay. Total distance on this run, folks, is 2,085 miles. So 2,100's good. We'll get to this in a minute. Now, the alternate, I believe, is going to be Ontario. Riverside. Close enough. All right, hang on. Let me get numbers for us. Riverside. $101 miles. 150. I put 10% on plus 25-minute taxis. Okay. Now, tailwind. Folks, it really does not matter if it's a tail or a headwind. What we're trying, well, it does. Let me rephrase that. It does. However, follow me. Okay, tailwind would mean you're getting pushed, right? So your fuel would go down what you need, correct? Because you're going to get a good push. Ground speeds up, you'll be down slightly on fuel. Headwind, you're fighting, you're pushing those engines a little bit harder. They're sucking more fuel, so they need more of that fuel. So that's what I start with first here. Um, uh, I really don't like this one. I'll do it this way. So about an 8-knot headwind. So what I want you to do, watch your total fuel here. Okay, that's your tailwind. That's your headwind. See how I put more fuel in? We are running positive 250. I'm going to run with it as a headwind, giving us a little more juice, a little more comfort. Our total fuel now just went up to 143 from like 137. So 5,000 pounds is quite a bit of fuel, but in this thing, it'll burn it in a couple of minutes. Um, well, actually, 5-10 minutes. We needed 132,800. We've added over 10,000 pounds of fuel. So that's fine. I'm perfectly fine with that with this aircraft. It has a really good loading system that works, allowing you to set parameters versus other aircraft where you're really relying on sim brief, but you don't have some of those key elements to get it into the right numbers, if that makes sense. Like right here. This helps immensely. What problem is one, I could find out what one person weighs. There's no cargo underneath. If I throw cargo in, these numbers will go up. So again, it's, you see how you gotta have some basic numbers, or whatever you put in front of me is almost useless. So almost, he says. All right, so this has not loaded the aircraft. 66,400 pounds of payload. There's our new zero fuel weight, which is about right. Landing weight, takeoff weight, zero fuel weights, and all of that. How do we load it? Go home, refuel. I'm going to instant refuel, but say you wanted to start this at the start of your stream, you could hit hit load sheet. That'll put the number you need. Okay. Call the tanker and it will take roughly that amount of time to uplift the fuel. Like I said, we're going to put it in instantly. That's what's on board. You don't believe me? Hey, I get it. Notice our numbers a lot higher. Oh, and these are back to what they were. Still not a long enough trip to throw fuel in the center. You gotta go. Oh, O'Hare maybe to Frankfurt. Might put a couple of 1,000 pounds in here. More LA to Frankfurt. That definitely will have a little bit of fuel in here. Now, if you go LA to Tokyo, oh yeah, you'll have fuel in there. All right, so that put the fuel in. Now, let's get the aircraft loaded. Again, always start with use data sheet. That puts in what you planned into the plane, into the plan for the plane. Hasn't loaded it yet. Now, again, just like fueling, you could twiddle your thumbs and wait for them to trickle on. And literally, they do trickle on just like in the real world. You get that first big rush of all the people that are in line, and then the privileged. The plane will wait for me. I'll show when I plan to show. What do you mean the gate's closed? Yeah, they're that kind. It does not close for me. Yeah, we closed the gate. You don't get on. Those kinds of people. It actually accounts for them. Be like the rest of us, show up on time, 2 hours before your flight. It doesn't hurt you. All right. Sorry if it's a sword cutting pretty hard, but it does. Planes can get out early, folks. I do hate to break this to you. Watched them. Watched them at an airport. They're not very known for getting out on time, but or early. But I've watched them do it. So, all right, the airplane's loaded now, folks. We're ready to commence. The cool thing is when you use the payload and load your cargo, granted we had 0, you'll come back out and the cargo doors will be closed when they're done. That's a neat feature. I kind of like that, Felis. But we'll just come in, close them up real quick. And while they're finishing up getting the cargo strapped and briefed and told to keep your hands and legs inside the aircraft at all times. Yeah, I have fun. Passengers, sorry, I have fun with you. You're kind of ridiculous a lot of times. I'll tell you my favorite passenger story. They closed the door, which that's it, folks. You're not getting on the plane. Although there is a funny story for that too. We're not going to do that right now. Passengers showed up 2, 3, not it was not very long after the door closed. Well, why can't we get on? The plane's still sitting right there. Hey, door's closed. You heard it over the PA, and it went across the whole airport. But the plane's still there, and I'm not on it. Well, guess what? Security's on its way if you don't go. Those people were the ones that really cracked me up. But the plane is still there. I have plenty of time to walk down the jetway. No, they were hilarious. I don't have to deal with that anymore. So, oh, the privileged. All right, so let's do this. Last thing I'm going to do right this moment, let's get our takeoff numbers in. All right, again, load sheet tells you to what we are. Okay, runway. We are planning now tree. Hang on a second. Make a quick switch here to tree. That runway is 10,860 feet long. I'm going the wrong way. Whoop. Yeah, we'll go 10,800. Airport elevation, I think, is like 300. Oh, 100. We'll call it 200, and we're going off 3.3. I don't think we. Oh, yeah, we have slopes. Never mind, we do. 0.3 up. Wait. Was it 0.3 up or down? Up. 0.03 up. Okay, runway currently dry. Weather says temperature 6 degrees Celsius. And our wind is now 060 at 1. Ooh, that's going to hurt us, folks. All right, so there's our numbers, and this is what it yields. V1 of 100, wait a minute, flaps 10, 130, rotate at 138, V2 at 153. Flap up speeds, folks, be very careful, 1 to up. You'll see, and I'll purposely try to hold it, let you see. Well, I'll show you right now. Let me set my speed bugs. Stabe trim will set to 3.4, initial pitch 17. Folks, just because it says our optimum climb is 306 knots. If you're on VATSIM, I don't care which virtual ATC you use, you have to have permission to fly over 250. Okay, you get this plane heavy enough, that flaps up speed's going to be like 255, 260 anyway. So you keep flaps 1, flaps 5. So that is by permission only, and then only by what they tell you on top of that. I hear so many, well, I'm a heavy, I can go 270 if I want. No, you really can't. Now, if there's no controllers, I really don't care what you do. If there's a controller on and he knows his stuff, he'll tell you, no, you need to request permission. And they'll fly with it. Trust me, folks. Real aircraft do it. All right, so now I was talking about the flaps. Notice how close flaps 1 is to up. If you just glance and back, you probably miss and get a flap damage. Yes, it does damage them, flaps. Done it twice. And it stinks. And I've had asymmetrical flaps on this one and Zebo now. So they're not fun. But it happens. And you just got to plan. All right, so let's do it. Time for a checklist.
Before start, checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1008. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS.
Check.
Instrument warning.
Check.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Instrument source selectors.
Normal.
Reserve brake valve.
Closed.
Spoilers.
Down.
Static selectors.
Normal.
Oxygen mask and regulator.
Check and emergency off.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Stabilizer trim.
Check and on.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Check.
Checklist completed.
All right, folks. Just getting some things set up in the background. We are currently on VATSIM 7225. So what I'll do is first set the little numbers. I call them the back to, because rolling over 7200 technically is Nordo. I believe, if I remember my codes correctly. And I don't want to trip that off. That's why I'm really shocked they actually use the 7000 series. I mean, granted, I get it. It's a whole bunch of radio frequencies, but still, you know, just amazing.
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 143,188 pounds. Fuel panel. Weight.
Traffic Osprey 118 beginning runway 15 on mic taxiing
Check
the
and set.
gate.
Presentation
Mike
controls.
Romeo for
Check and set.
Anchorage traffic.
Bleed controls. This. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Go around. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
All right, let's get that last door closed. Okay, so we'll revisit after start time for better pushback. I haven't used it here. Oh, and it had an update out there if you all
Hey,
didn't.
Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
If you guys did not know that. A lot of updates today that I did.
Great news. shoes, Captain. Your toes coming.
I know. I said I was going to push a different way, and I lied. Sorry about that.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Ground power disconnected. Chocks removed.
Anyway, I lost my track of thought. But anyway, we are going to face south, still taxi across, go down Victor
All right. Looks
to
like the doors and hatches are closed.
Kilo
We're ready to
and
connect.
the runway. There are so many things about the autopilot here that I wish a couple would come over to the
Welcome aboard,
727
Captain. Toes connected. Bypass
when it
closes
comes
started. Go
to
the parking brake when you're ready to go.
hang on a second. All right. If and when it comes to X-Plane 12 from FlyJSim, this knob I really love. Now, why? Folks, there's 1000 right there. Tells you where you're at setting it. It's really very easy to use. The rest of this is fine. It's just I wish this knob would be used and this gauge for the surfaces. Can't see the ailerons, folks, and there is no aileron gauge on the one FlyJSim uses. That's why. Okay, double checking that my ACARS program is indeed working. And it is, and it shows me in Felis. Perfect. And it shows I'm the only one flying for FedEx right now. All right, so here we go, folks. Pushing back. Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, FedEx ramp pushing back, face south.
Parking brake released.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
And what I'm going to do is let it push back, because I'm going to be honest with you folks, this is a pretty good slope here. I don't know if this is actual Anchorage, how the ramp is, would make sense when the snow melts, that it would have a place to flow down. I get that, because you know, they get a couple inches a year. Yeah, there's nothing, mate. But it's fun trying to get up when it's icy. More importantly, trying to stop. Power works to a point. You have to either go into reverse or hope the brakes are gonna stop. Stop. See how she's sliding? All right, we're gonna exit. Hopefully. Oh, man. Feel as this isn't you. Better push back. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, I told you folks that slope was mean. And I really did not know how better pushback would handle it. It doesn't help that I've got the new update. By the way, folks, if you have that skunk updater, a better pushback's on it now. And I'm updated to 1.6.1, I think it is now. Wow. That was worth the price of admission right there, folks. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a great day.
Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Yeah, you gave us a heart attack there, guy.
Parking brake set.
Woo,
And we'll
doggy.
disconnect your tow. Give me just a moment.
So now, imagine that slope with ice on it. And folks, we've been here with it iced over. It's not fun. And I'm pretty, like I said, I can understand it, but maybe not to that degree. I don't know real life how this was. We landed on the 7s, took the boat to Vancouver, and that was the last we saw of Anchorage. So we went to Seward on the train. I would have loved to have gotten up here. But pretty sure they wouldn't let me on the ramp. And probably a good reason. So, all right, let's do it, folks. Let's crank them up. What do we need to do to start? Well, first off, if you followed the checklist to this point, you're good to go. We'll try to be safer than you, better pushback, but hey, thank you so much for the pushback. Have a great day, and yes, you are free. Might want to clean those drawers. Wow, what a pushback, folks. What side's he on? Oh well, we've lost him by now. Oh, there he is. There he goes. Okay, let's go. Beacons are on. Thankfully. All right, to crank them up, folks, open the start valve.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Most of the time, I start engine 3, then engine 4, and then I'll start 1 and 2 together. In theory, you should be able to start 2 engines at once, even in the beginning, but...
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Wait for starter valve open, then you can move on. If you want to see N2, it's back here. He'll tell you, though, 20% N2. There is no N2 up here.
%, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay. Higher altitudes, you might have to go to that first notch here. I'll look at it in a second. It's escaping me the name of it. To get to 20%, and then they'll say 20%, and you can do your idle.
Engine stabilized.
If you do not hear this, folks, now it's a lot harder today than when this first ported over to accidentally start the X-Plane 11. Just make sure you uncheck show older versions on the main aircraft menu. Okay, as promised, let's do number 4.
Starting engine 4.
I rotate flight to flight.
Open.
Okay, from 1 and 2. So remember, engine 4. So there's your N2 way over there. He's about to tell us.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Rich. You may have to go to rich to get it to 20%, and then you'll be able to go. I might actually do them individually now.
Starter off.
But let's try. What the heck?
Engine stabilized.
Okay. Now, engine 1 and engine 2, I'm pretty comfortable starting them with just moving my point of view up.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Okay. In the meantime,
20% and 2.
that's for engine
Fuel on.
1.
Light up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Starter off. Engine stabilized.
One more.
Engine stabilized.
All right. Back to the checklists. Yes, it remembers. All right. So we want to make sure beacons are on, brake pressure, start, pack valves. Well, that's where we screwed up. We did. Oh, yeah, we had them closed. Door warning lights, hydraulic panel set. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Let's do it. Hydraulics. Flight recorders on. All right, so oh, somebody's following him. Okay, so they're running, pumps are on. Now, with the gens on, it turned the APU off. We'll turn the bleed and the APU off. Pack valves. Oh, I didn't turn them off. That's why we might have had that issue. Okay. And lastly, anti-ice. You know what? We'll run with the engines at least. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information. After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Flaps 10.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
On.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
All right. Now you notice the yokes are gone. It's a much smaller area to click on, but you can bring them back here. And then what I do, watch this gauge. We're going to check our surfaces, make sure we're good. And like I've told you many times, folks, the set that I have from Satec / Logitech, I find that if I don't do this, I run the risk, and it sometimes still happens, of the ailerons or something snapping over, kind of like if you can watch, you see how that, and I just try to do this, but they'll end up doing that, but faster. And so I make sure I do this, but technically in the real world you would too, because maintenance gets performed on these things, you know, and it's always good to check your surfaces. All right, so taxi checklist is next. Takeoff state trim is in the green. This is a system I don't fully get. 3.6, I think it was. Okay, that green band is all it's worried about. That, and three, you know, it just makes not a lot of sense. KF cargo heat, we're ready to taxi. Normal. Here we go.
Parking brake released.
Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811 Heavy, taxiing from FedEx, uniform, Yankee to 33. All right, let's do our taxi while we taxi.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Damn.
Huh?
Stabilized.
Ah, that stinks. All right, we'll skip it.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
All right.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
All right, we need to get the ignition armed. It's a click spot, folks. Makes it real easy. Get them all up and readied. especially since we're in a roly-poly airport. Pack valves will close, fuel boost pumps on, cross feet set, ignition set, body gear is going to be the only thing. We get up past set whiskey, we'll run it. But again, hope you enjoyed the flight. Little late getting rolling, little late getting out of here. Hopefully a little comic relief here. Wow, that was amazing. On the ground there, the pushback. Now we'll go down one more. So we'll go ahead, start our checklist.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Hold on.
We'll hold it right there. Okay. We're going to wait for her to continue. Now, the body gear steering. We'll show it to you here as we take the runway. Hopefully I'll remember that short of a distance of time.
Parking brake set. Parking brake released.
Okay, if you'll kind of focus on these two sets of gears right here. Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811 heavy departing 33. Notice how they pivot. That's what the body gear steering is meant to do, helping it get around tighter runways when this plane first came out, and of course saving wear and tear on those very expensive pieces of rubber under them. Okay, we lined up and waited. All right, that's the bad thing. Okay. And Anchorage traffic, FedEx 811 Heavy, departing 33, Anchorage 1 departure.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1.
Okay, now quickly look over at your flap gauge and back. Is it 1 or 5 or cleared? See what I mean?
Flaps up.
Make sure you hear that voice. Okay, flaps are up. And by the way, the TCAS gauge in here does work. Kind of zoom in on it. It has 6, 14 miles, and 40. And you're below norm and above. So that's a great thing. We haven't had that in a while. Here come the clouds.
$10,000.
Okay, we are in climb power. Again, let's lower our nose to about 1,000, allowing this plane, crap, that was my bad. Was it 306?
Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Cabin ready.
Landing and logo lights.
Hold on. Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. This. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Now I'll check it. All right, performance. Yeah, we're set, and we probably just blew it. Oh, we're just getting to it. Cool. On. And now the pitch of the aircraft controls. Now we're going to go direct to... Where's Noel? Okay, I'm going to adjust to 130. And that's really all you got to do, folks. You still can. You don't have to. Now, if you're in INS with the INS equipment, yeah, you're going to need to make sure you've got this flipped. Otherwise, you could run into trouble. But overall, folks, we're on our way. Sorry it took over an hour and a half to get there. I think there was a nice little bit of comedy relief in that with the better pushback tug. Oh my God. And I knew that was not going to go well. I could just tell. Wow. Still some issues. But again, I'm not going to argue it with anyone. I mean, I don't know. That's ultimately the truth. I really don't know. Okay, I am going to at least put, excuse me, the hiccups. All right. Middleton is 1530. Okay. Okay. Not bad, not bad at all. All right, so we're pretty well on course. And folks, there you have it. The Queen is airborne. We are through 18,000. So let's set 2992. You have to set this one. All right, we're on our way, folks. The real only big challenges with this plane, aside if you fly with the INS, is the fuel panel. But currently, the goal is to try to keep 4,000 pounds less in your 1 and 4 tanks. 1 and main 1, main 4. Keep 4,000 less than you have in 2 and 3. When you get to top of descent, then run your reserve in there. There actually are reasons they do that, but that's how they fly it. Now, if you're flying long haul and you had fuel in the center, well, these would be on. When you get to like 2,000 pounds, or whatever the equivalent is in kilos, hang on. You would keep them on. I think you turn the scavenger pump on, and what happens is it'll slowly lower it down, pushing it, if memory serves, to main 2. So then you'll be balancing the fuel once it's done. The goal is not to be too heavy, but yet it sometimes gets you out of balance, and it's turn the boost pumps on here, turn them off here. And so it's hard to explain unless you see it. So we're on a shorter flight. We don't have fuel in the center, so we don't have to worry about it. All we have to worry about is that we're going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of about 5 hours flying time to Los Angeles. Actually about 4, but by the time we start our descent and all, you know how that works out. All right, so enjoy the ride, folks. I hope you do. And again, sorry for such late starts here, folks, of late. Like I say, I have to figure out, get my butt out of the TV and get up here streaming quicker. We'll try that for next week. Tomorrow, we're going to try to put the A350 also back in the air. So we'll see how that goes. But anyway, let me just do a quick look. Packs are indeed on. Fuel pump's good. Okay, we're on our way, folks. And wrong one. Yes, we do. There's one of my big issues, frame rates. Hopefully this new update with the ability to pull the boats out hopefully helps. I had these issues prior, so that's not the one I wanted. All right, there you have it, folks. We're on our way out, and hope you all enjoy. But yeah, frame rates have been an issue with me and X-Plane for several weeks, maybe several months. JFK is a very difficult airport for me to operate out of with this plane, just because of frame rates. And I don't know where it all lies. I know this aircraft could have some significance in that, but so does New York City. And you throw weather, all bets off what my frame rates will be. and whether I'll be able to stay on VATSIM. VATSIM, and I don't argue this rule, folks. I'm one of those that will not. I think the 20 frame rate a second rule is a good one. I know some of you out there struggle with 20 frame rates a second. So does this guy. But I truly think it is a good thing. Nobody likes somebody who all of a sudden stops in the middle of a runway or stops on their climb because their frame rate's just tanked. And that's what happens. Likewise, we also don't like people who aren't respectful enough, and I get this. This is a world where it's all about me. And when you kick me off, I'm coming right back on. Well, that happened in an event several months ago up in Copenhagen. This guy kept coming on, dropping off, coming on, dropping off. Now, whether he was doing it intentionally or my thinking is his frame rates were catching him and he didn't like it. And it ground the event up that Monday night in Copenhagen to a halt for about 20 to 40 minutes. Yeah, that's what happens, folks, when that occurs. So that's why I'm for that rule. Now, I know some people with this channel who take issue with me liking that rule. That is why, folks. VATSIM, and I've changed. Yesterday was a bad day with me talking about VATSIM and all. We're not going down there. We're not going into Discord voice to open that wound up again. I'm not happy with the new rules. I think they're wrong. We'll just leave it there. But that one stipulation, I think, is actually something good. And thankfully, that's more an client issue than it is X-Plane, meaning either X-Plane asked the makers of these clients, which connect your sim to the online network, to do this, or, hang on a second, or something in those ways, because that is client. I think the client is what is disconnecting you, not the VATSIM server sending out a disconnect. I could be totally way off base. And it won't be the first time. Won't be the last time. But I do believe that is probably the best, which sucks again, I told you, for me as well, because this plane, more than likely, I'll operate just fine getting onto the approach. And as I draw into Los Angeles airport, it'll eventually drop me off. I don't know what settings are set too high. If I need to turn the boats off, which is what this latest update from X-Plane, one of the updates that was done. I don't know. But again, I do agree with that policy. Also, on this with VATSIM, I do want to apologize for the little bit of the rant that went a lot about VATSIM yesterday. Folks, they are a good company or a good service. I don't know what they're wanting to do. I have got a lot of flight hours on VATSIM and VATSIM prior called SATCO. So I've been around a long time with them and racked up, in my mind, a pretty good amount of hours. Now, I know there's people that make mine look like a newbie. Um, but I think they're going a little overboard on what they want. I think the controllers need to be reined in a little. I get where they're coming from, don't get me wrong. But, okay, either you rein them in or you make each of the centers have to get the latest charts. Now, that actually was something in the past. Because I'm here to tell you, to get the latest charts without the NavGraph tool that I have and a couple of others that are out there, that, by the way, costs a lot of money, folks, when you add it up over a year. Try finding Canada. The latest charts for Canada without it. That was one of the reasons I actually pulled the trigger and was taking it. I already keep my FMCs up to date. Back then, a lot of times I didn't know exactly what the heck I was flying because I didn't have an up-to-date chart. Thankfully, if you flew in Europe, many of those European centers have up-to-date charts. Not so in the United States. Now, granted, we have SkyVector. Unless you want to fly Mexico City or Toronto. Or airports in those countries. Let alone China, Japan, and so forth. It's a lot of money, folks. And good luck finding up-to-date charts. Oh, how are you guys doing that with KaiTak? Airport doesn't even exist anymore. No, it's not like Tegel or, oh, what's the other one in Berlin? Doggone it, just slipped my mind. Those are actually still physically in the ground there. KaiTak isn't. It's gone. No runway, no nothing. So, a lot of thought needs to go into what's going on. I need to get back into my cockpit because we're over speeding.
Level off.
I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, folks. Sorry. So that's where my concerns lied. So, but again, was not meant, and we're not doing that again today, but I just wanted to put those views out there. I'm not gonna unleash on them again. They're gonna have to deal with the monster they've released. And that's on them. And hopefully the pilots can accommodate. All right, folks, so let's enjoy the music as we head on to Los Angeles. We got about a 3.5-hour journey ahead of us, so it's kind of shocking. But yeah, we have been airborne though for, well, we've been pushed back, let's put it that way, almost an hour, so. Oh, that does bring back some funniness. Let me get her in cruise. And on we go. As soon as we hit 37, if I can remember, I am going to set the switch. Again, remember, altitude select needs to be lit up, folks, or you'll blow through your altitudes. But I'm going to set it to altitude hold. Once getting up there, I'm going to go check. What'd that mean? Besides the obvious. Oh yeah, forgot. I don't have the other side. And folks, albeit it's a passenger version, Felis has done a really good job in here. Let's just pop our head up. It's really well done. All the way into first class right there, as with all the way to the tail for the cattle section. Felis has really done great, and if he's going to freak me out at these now, what is this? Must delineate where the exits are. Okay. So really, really well done. And to include the staircase. But yeah, there's first class. I mean, I never flew in a 747, so I don't know. I never would have been able to afford first class. But I think they've done a really good job representing it. Thank you for that. Oh, man. There we go. Uh-oh. Why are we off again? seconds. Yeah, we're still in Mach. Why did it drop? Alright, I don't know why, unless I accidentally dropped it, which I don't know how I would have, but I surprise myself sometimes, folks. Okay, we're in altitude hold. Hopefully the speed will remain. But yeah, really well done. And my hat's off to the team, Felis and his team. Great job. I've talked with a couple of them over there, and very helpful on their Discord channel. Very, and they've come in and helped me as I struggled with a couple of areas on this plane. But folks, I enjoy flying this plane. I've only been flying the MD-11 because there were some people asking me to fly it. But folks, this is the plane I truly love flying. It just is awesome. This is actually what I wanted to do when I grew up. Unfortunately, they retired the plane. No, can't do it now when I grow up. So, all right, folks, we're going to let the music continue here, and I am going to take a quick break to use the restroom and check in and see how things are indeed going. Hope you all enjoy, and God bless you all for being here. Hope you all have a great, blessed day. folks, I'm back. Oh, the little first officer is still insane. Oh, I need one. Be right back. All right, folks. Oh, let's see. 3 hours, 15 minutes to go. Hopefully we'll bust out of these clouds, but the way that METAR read, I don't think we will. It's the purple people eater. Hang on a second. All right, show of hands. How many of you out there remember the day of Federal Express? Not many. Yep, that's what FedEx was a long time ago, folks. Back in the 90s. I want to say late 90s, early 2000 is when the change officially occurred and they went to FedEx. Company started as Federal Express and grew out of their Falcons into what you see today. They actually started with Falcon. Don't quote me on them. I don't know. But grew out of those, delivering those famous FedEx envelopes, and from that grew into the empire. The biggest or largest cargo hub in the world sits in Memphis. I know a few of you would like to argue that, but it is still number one. We'll see how Cincinnati goes. But I don't think they're going to surpass FedEx. power up in the LA area. According to the ATIS for it, 2 5s for sure. All right, currently in use, simultaneous approaches, RNAVs, 24 right, 24 left. Departures, runways 24 and 25. Interesting. All right, looking at our parking areas. Point to the chart. Okay, so the weather is basically going to tell us 25 right. I am going to wait, look, no, 25 left. That's the one I actually want, and we'll taxi back to FedEx. So yeah, this is looking pretty good, folks. And yes, the big purple people eater is on its way. You know what? We had fun yesterday. Yesterday. Not today. You know, the strangest thing about yesterday in that eclipse on X-plane, it was just like that coming around the aircraft, and the sun looked like a Pac-Man. And I'm like, what? Had to be clouds, right? No. Then you could see the arc of the moon. And as you watched over time, it marched over the sun. Till we had total, as we hit the clouds, we had the total eclipse of the day. Sorry, Bonnie. Couldn't go there. Oh, it was a heart, not the night. So, but anyway, it was pretty cool to watch, folks. Something you just never thought a flight sim would get into that much. Now, if we could get the option for the Aurora Borealis when they're on, oh, that would be awesome. But with my frame rates, I'm good right now. And by the way, folks, the clouds yesterday were magnificent. We're going to go ahead and put our sunglasses on. I don't know if that actually had anything to do with it or not. Kind of bummed I don't have a sunscreen. That kind of stinks. Oh well. That's what I was looking for. So, but anyway, yeah, Felis is on the move, folks. We are headed for Los Angeles, California. Hopefully, we'll be able to stay online and make the landing. No promises. The 20 frame rate a second thing loves to grab me. And as I'm sure you're seeing, the stuttery video, yeah, keeps telling me lower my graphic settings or find a higher speed encoder. So And I know that's how most of this used to be done, through an external encoder. Might even be looking into that, because one of my goals here, folks, before we go all out with YouTube, we've been offered to monetize, but I've held back in trying to get emotes ready, trying to get badging ready, and what I apply on YouTube, I'm applying as much as possible to Twitch, vice versa. And one of the big things I want to do is take OBS off my computer that I do my flight simming on, put it on my laptop, and then run the stream on my laptop while flying on my main computer. That would open up some interesting questions on top of it. So with two monitors, how that would show up, all of that good stuff. I just don't know logistically or computer wise how to connect my laptop with OBS once I put it over there to, or my flight sim, let me rephrase it, connect my flight sim computer to OBS on there. Once I have that down, folks, I'm hoping that will punch my frame rates back up and my poor little video card can start going, thank you for giving me some relief. So I'm just not that very savvy in what all needs to connect and set up. But then once I have that all set up, my goal would then to dual stream. So Twitch, you'd still have me. YouTube, you'd pick up someone new on the live side. And that may involve having to get Ultra with Streamlabs or something else too to allow the dual stream. I don't know. Then we'll tackle that issue and try to provide you all as many avenues to watching. Twitch will always be where the focus primary is. They are where I started, became an affiliate. It was around that time frame I started putting videos up on YouTube. And now YouTube has surpassed where we have the ability to monetize. We just haven't gone through the process yet. So I am not, like I've been saying, and I've got one of the biggest pushers that's kept me going, keep saying, just jump in. No, I did that as an affiliate and regret it. I don't regret being an affiliate. I regret jumping in blind and playing catch up ever since. Mustard is needed big time. And it's rough because I don't have really good emotes, really good anything to offer, and that makes me not happy. You all are gracious with your money. I need to be equally gracious with the return. So we'll just continue on, and we're at flight level 370, Mach 0.85 on the airspeed, and 3 hours out of Los Angeles. So I hope you all enjoy, kind of hang around with us. love to hear your questions, or read them, and we'll go there. If things pick up, questions and all, and we might switch into where I open up a Discord channel for voice, and we'll go there. But right now, I'd like to keep it off, especially after yesterday, and going where I really should not have, or where I did go, with regards to this stuff coming down from X1 or VATSIM. I do, though, have a question for those that are still flying X-Plane 11. Have you ever had issues with VATSIM on it where you couldn't communicate, especially in full screen view? And I'll throw the other caveat with the 727. I would love to hear if you have, because it appears I did yesterday, but I really don't know. So we're gonna sit back, relax like you all are. It's Friday Eve, folks. And you guys enjoy. Tomorrow, the weekend is right ahead of you. So enjoy. Hope you have a great night. Be safe. And I hope your days this week have gone well. All right, folks, we're back with you. We're about 2 hours and 50 minutes out. Yes, your host very graciously gifted 5 subs. Hope you all enjoy. And thank you so much. Thank you, Duluth, for the shout out. Sure appreciate it. We are on our way, folks. I'm going to go back here. I always like to check my fuel. Hate to think we run out. It always never adds to a good day. And folks, we've been airborne for a little over an hour, maybe close to an hour and 20 minutes, and still got a ways to go. Trying to see how things are shaping up here. LA Center, I knew wouldn't be too far behind in getting going. All right, folks, so enjoy the ride. It is nice and smooth up here. We do have a step climb at VIDKU. Not totally... Okay, so we'll be kind of abreast Seattle when that happens. So, hope you all have had a great week. I know I have. It's been interesting. We'll put it that way. Still nothing on the job front, although a lot of resumes, well, a few resumes went out this week. We still got tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, it's just not as great. Now, I've also been informed there is some breaking news out there, and I'm going to track down to see if it is still in play. Yeah, so, wow, I'm kind of shocked they took the whole East Coast in on this port strike here on the United States. Considering dock workers, unless they've changed how I remember as a truck driver, and I didn't go into many of these, port workers down in, say, Florida had nothing to do or contractually with the port workers in New York City, or Boston, or the Washington, Baltimore area. So, not really sure a lot of things on this, but it's happening. Doesn't matter if I don't understand it or not. It is happening. And so, like I said, I'm very confused how the whole thing's going, and hopefully it's quick, and but you never know. But the good thing is, unbeknownst to them, I've been hearing about toilet paper shortages, or people thinking there'll be. You know, folks, that does actually come from the United States. Or, let's put it this way, can. Much of what we bring in, the U.S. can do. Now, you may have to do without some other things, you know, that is what it is. But the necessities, yeah. Now, I could see where potentially baby formulas and stuff like that could be impacted and so forth. So, but yeah, maybe this country needs to begin to rely on itself more. But anyway, I am aware of it. It's a very how we allowed. Never mind. I'm not getting into it because I know there's going to be some people out there that are going to want to take issue with me, and I'm not in the mood to take issue with them. So. So let's just continue on and realize, oh wait, there's a west coast that these vessels could use if prioritizing was needed, and the Panama Canal to get them over there. Now granted, it'll take about a week or so in shortages, and well, you know who to blame for inflation to start with. So anyway, there you go. And he's in office now. All right, but those 5 people that were awarded subs by me, one of your big perks. And folks, if the ads are getting to you, I get it. they're no longer having to deal with the ads. Or at least for 30 days. And then they'll have to either resub or enjoy the ads. But there are things coming down, folks. I've went through them earlier. We are looking into how to take OBS, which is what we use to stream through, folks. If you're not familiar with the process, take that from the computer that my flight sim's on. Take that piece of software, put it on my laptop. Piece of cake, right? Well, now, how do I get the flight sim computer connected into my laptop so that it would then show you that in like you do to like you see right now? And that I don't know. So that's one piece. I don't know if I'm going to need to buy something to bolster it, and maybe with that addition, there's a lot of things that could happen if that ends up on the laptop. We're looking at a goal, folks. First off, the big goal, the big picture here. Right now, we are, because of streaming on this computer, we're getting, I think that's not helping those frame rates. And of course, when we get into Los Angeles, the VATSIM traffic and weather that is there right now will not help, and if not, will impede even more frame rates. So that's my first goal, and I don't know how much, if any, it'll cost to make that happen. There could be a stream deck needed. I don't know what is going to be needed to help bolster both the computer up and the stream up in speeds. Second goal, get it streaming on both well, it's on Twitch, but also on YouTube. So we can increase the viewership as well as bring Flying with Mike over to YouTube Live. Instead of what you're getting now is this stream is being recorded as well. Okay, so I don't have to wait on Twitch to download it to then upload it. I have it available as soon as I hit stop record, get a couple things done, and poof, it's done. And all I got to do is send it up to YouTube, wait the minutes for that to occur. The other thing our subscribers are helping out with, donos, bits, any of those that you use here on Twitch, there are some interesting projects out there my eyeballs are watching. We have already seen the purchase of the MD-11 Passenger. While not high on my list, I know probably about a half a dozen followers here on Twitch, maybe close to a dozen and a half on YouTube who requested it. Okay, so the MD-11 family is now here. I am not a huge fan of this aircraft. However, it's not hard to fly, and we can enjoy it as we have. And boy, we had a great time a couple days ago when SoCal, which is Los Angeles approach, cleared us into San Bernardino, which was the old Norton Air Force Base. ILS runway, I think it was Zulu, runway 6, circle to land, runway 24. Folks, I've never gotten a circle to land clearance. Now, granted, he went right offline shortly thereafter, cleared me to land, then went offline. I flew it, and y'all can watch it on YouTube. Let me know. I am thinking about just pulling that video and putting it out there somehow so everyone can watch it. I might do that tonight, if it's still able for me to do that. But yeah, that was really fun, folks. It's something I watched all the time out at the airport I worked at, with the military. Actually, I haven't seen it in a while, but it was an approach they always seemed to do. Come in as if they're shooting the approach on one direction, at a certain point break, whatever the numbers are, 30 to 40 degrees, fly out, stopwatch, whatever it is. Then they would usually turn a downwind and then come around. Sometimes they wouldn't. I don't know the whole how it's done in the real world, but we flew a pretty good circle to land. So I hope y'all enjoy it and enjoyed it. Like I said, I may try to pull it out tonight and at some point upload it. All right, folks, we're 2 hours and 40 minutes out of Los Angeles. I hope y'all are enjoying. And again, there are other projects coming down, folks. Some I can't even, that I know of, that really can't do a lot of talking on yet. So, and I will look at them when they come in. So, for those that have subscribed, thank you. And those thinking about it or continuing the resubscribe, thank you. We sure appreciate you and appreciate you coming on board, coming alongside, and supporting Flying with Mike. We sure appreciate it. Believe me, folks, you'd have asked me 4 years ago, and Hawker 125 is my witness, I'd have never believed that. And it's just so humbling, folks. It truly is. And I appreciate every one of you, from followers to viewers to subscribers, and even those that have gone on and donated and other ways of providing help. We sure appreciate it here at Flying with Mike. So, and know this, even though I am unemployed right now, and the prospect looks bleak. Hopefully it changes in a month. It'll take a couple for that change to occur. Things will get better and I'll have a job. If not, we'll go from there. But right now, know this, none of that subscription money, donation money, bit money that comes in on Twitch goes in my back pocket. It only goes into my back pocket to go back, right back into the stream. So, and that's how I think it should be, and I'm hoping to keep it that way. All right, so we'll continue on here, folks. Any ideas, comments on flights where you'd like us to go? Hey, we've got a Discord channel. I'd love for you to drop it in, and believe it or not, we actually have, I believe it's still there. Let me double check. We've been doing a lot of updating with the help of Duluth Fly in updating what you see here. Flight suggestions. Drop it in there. I'm always looking in there, folks. We're right now, actually, I'll be totally honest. Who was it that suggested this? I think it was one of our YouTubers. In accordance with, hang on a second. Just always paying attention to other streamers. They give me some great ideas of places to go. And there we go. All right, just wanted to see. But anyway, I kind of lost my train of thought. Doggone it. But no, if you've got a great idea, let us know where you'd like to see us head. The YouTuber, that's who it was. Can't remember his name, but suggested things like Frankfurt to JFK. And oddly enough, Anchorage to Los Angeles in the 747. So I do get to them, folks. Sometimes it's a little, I try to, with my virtual airlines, get them on track. The Frankfurt to JFK, that one's a little tricky right now because of my frame rate issues. Across the pond, opposite direction. So I'm trying to be a little respectful there. Plus, I have something coming up here soon. I've alluded to it, a new flight series I'm going to be starting up. And I know you guys are going to love this. You may not love the premise, but we're going to go to places many of you have never gone into. Case in point, Norton Air Force Base, San Bernardino, California. Not many people I've seen on stream going in and out of there, or for that matter on VATSIM. So, all right, so I am going to sit back, relax like you are, and just kind of enjoy these 2 hours, 40 minutes, folks, and kind of rest up, because, you know, the weekend is right in front of us. All right, folks. We're now about 2.5 hours out of Los Angeles. We'll see how frame rates and all hold up as we enter their territory in about 2 hours. But currently, the weather has greatly improved. During our pre-brief, we talked it. As of 8 minutes ago, the ATIS there for arrivals still showing us 24 right, 24 left. That's a pretty much no-brainer in the LA area. But I'm not seeing any major weather issues. 9 minutes ago, they said some clouds around 400 feet. But we had 10 miles visibility. When we took off from Anchorage about 2 hours ago now, they were at 7 miles and still well into the VFR, but things are improving pretty decently there. So now if we can just get in there and actually land, that would be most enjoyable. But I'll be respectful though, folks. If the 20 frame rates knock us off the network, you know, I'll probably stay off. I won't give it another try. Traffic in the basin. Wrong one. I want that one. That's what you'd expect. LA currently has probably a good dozen aircraft airborne, 3 on the ground at Los Angeles, and we're inbound here shortly. One coming in from, I think, over in the Far East, so they got a ways to go. But again, in reference to this new series I'm going to be kicking off here soon, I think you really are. It's going to be airports I know some of you fly in and out of, but it's just that, some. Most opt to Los Angeles, Ontario, San Diego, up in the Bay Area, Oakland, or San Jose, or San Francisco. But we're going to, you're going to enjoy some of these places, and wait till you see what we have in store for Europe. We actually will be getting a flight into Europe, and it's going to be actually a pretty solid long haul. So looks like we're in hyperspace. And he did turn the lights off. Yes, he did. So, be looking for that here soon. What is lit up on us? Any skid hydraulics? Well, I'll take the guess. Let's see. All right, folks, figured that one out. Parking brake. How that got engaged, I have no idea. I'm really hoping no issues here. Does not appear so. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Well, hello, Captain Fig. Welcome aboard. Hope you're having a good day. I'm just moving from mute to back because I don't think you all want to hear me eating my pizza. Been a great flight so far. Took off about 2 hours or so ago, and about 2 hours or so, 2.5 hours or so into Los Angeles. But thanks for stopping by. Thanks. Appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the flight. The Queen of the Skies is airborne. I'd show it, but we're in a cloud. Hopefully we'll break out soon. Actually, we're getting close to a step climb. Yeah, she is. I enjoy flying the Queen. And especially in the Purple People Eaters. Doggone clouds. They sure make it hard. Oh well. Alright, we should. Oh, we still got a little room. VIDKU is the name, or VIDKU. right, but welcome in, folks. Hope you all enjoy. Currently showing about 2 hours, 20 minutes to Los Angeles, and hopefully a great landing. Yeah, so far, no turbulence. Been pretty much a smooth ride out of Anchorage all the way down here. Let me look over here. Yeah, we're on out hold, just making sure. Yeah, it's just been a lovely flight, and looking forward to it all the way. Love to see this weather kind of go away, but that's what it is going to be. So, but yeah, beautiful ride there. Alright, folks, I'm done eating that pizza. And we are 2 hours. Hope y'all have had a great Friday Eve. And hope you're looking forward to a great weekend ahead. Tomorrow's Friday, so almost there, folks. Almost. Currently, while my flight plans are reading 2-4 right, we are planning the 2-5 side of the house. Preferably 2-5 left. So, well, unfortunately, here's the funny thing. It all depends if we actually stay online the whole way in. Los Angeles, along with a few others, have been beating the crap out of me on frame rates. So, we'll see how this evolves as we get closer. And we got 4. And 1, 2. I think the dash lines are inbounds. Yeah. Alright, so I've got... Right now, my thought pattern is nobody. In the ballpark when I get there. We'll see. I'm sure that'll be... We'll be loaded for bear. Alright, so enjoy, folks. We're sitting here on the side in case VATSIM says, hey, you still out there? Yeah, we're still out here. In the clouds, somewhere between lost and found. Oh. So is everybody ready for Hallows Eve coming up? Or do you prefer to call it All Saints Day? I kind of lean to the latter. Granted, that's the next day after Halloween, but still, not a big Halloween fan. Alright, let's see how this weather is tracking. In the LA area, some spotty showers. We do have a system off the coast, so it looks like we stay in this lovely weather pattern all the way in, which is pretty typical. Wintertime, fall, wintertime flying, so unless you get lucky and head more south in the Pacific, coming around the Aleutians down, yeah, you're pretty much, this is what you're looking forward to, unless you're able to get above it. Alright, let's see what's ahead of us. VOR-wise. Not not helping me here, guys. So Kyle and Boxer. $1,400. Okay, dial that up. About 17.1. Have a feeling barely in range. If we are. Okay. Well, at least we're out of the clouds for a few miles. Alright, so I hope y'all enjoy. And any comments, questions, heck, you just want to talk, fire away, folks. Love to hear you in the chat. Get enough going, I may bring up the Discord channel. But I do appreciate y'all here, and thank you for flying with Mike today. Nerd with Wings, welcome in. It's going great. I see you there. I'll drop into voice with you. Hang on. What's going on?
Not much, just update explain.
Did you?
Oh shit.
It's a
Gotta do the air rec too, I guess.
so
Huh?
far so good. I've been going 4 hours on it. Plus we updated the Felis 747, plus the nav updates. Something else got updated. It's just update Thursday.
AirRex. AirRex.
That was my nav data. I updated something else, but anyway, yeah, just constant updates. Oh, I think I know what's on my mind, because I have to manually update the MD-11 passenger and my the way Flight Factor had the A320 come down. It really came down weird, so I have to manually do it. No biggie.
How's VATSIM? Still shitty?
I mean, we're doing fine. I'm not gonna complain about it anymore. I'm just, just gonna deal with it and see how it goes. So, but it'll be what it'll be. And if you don't know, folks, there was an email with a new code of conduct. So beware. I'm not going to get into it, folks. We're not going down that rabbit hole today. And we're just going to fly into, hopefully, a nice landing on VATSIM with the 747. We'll see. I'm skeptical because I think the frame rates are going to get me. They're going to get me, man. It's all out to get me.
Oh, the things aren't stable.
No, it's just with Felis. Right now I'm getting 35, which is great. Don't get me wrong. But when I get into Los Angeles, if there's any kind of weather, that's going to hurt. So there's 2 strikes. And then if there's a lot of VATSIM traffic, there's my 3rd strike, probably. Once it starts going below 20, that's when you roll the dice as to how long it'll be till the network has you removed. And that, I get it, and I'm nothing to complain there about. I totally understand that rule. I actually think it's a good one. Just stinks for me. So, and I personally think that's more your client between the flight sim and VATSIM doing that, not VATSIM itself. Although, for all I know, it could be. But like I said, I experienced it in Copenhagen several weeks ago where a guy, whatever, kept popping on, and in about a minute or 2 or 3, dropped off just after getting instructions while the rest of us hold, waiting for the readback. It was very, it wasn't fun. It was a 20 to 30 minute delay for everybody. Inbound, outbound, trying to take care of this person. So I get that rule. It makes sense. I understand it's for the greater good, not the one. So the rest of it, I mean, I'll have to live with it. It is what it is. But yeah, folks, this is X-Plane 12.1.2 release candidate 3. Overall, my impressions are it seems pretty stable. Have knock on wood. I haven't seen, or the only fun we saw was not X-Plane related. Well, it is, but it isn't. I guess it is because it's their scenery. In Anchorage, the pushback was, was a sight to behold. It's hard to explain unless you can just say, go watch the video, folks. Once that gets up to YouTube. That was hilarious. Oh, that's what the other update, pushback, better pushback, I updated.
From today?
It's actually been out a couple days. If you didn't know, better pushback, skunk update or whatever it's called.
Skunk Works.
I think it is Skunk Works. Okay, I was hesitant to say that because of the Lockheed company.
Or Skunk Crafts.
Yeah, whatever it's called. Well, anyway, it's updatable through there. It was just comical, but I think X-Plane still has some work to do in Anchorage with the scenery. I really don't have pictures or anything to prove my points other than that was hilarious on the video. At least to me, you know, maybe not anyone else. Kind of reminds me of pushing back in Indianapolis this past winter, and a better pushback could not get traction. I guess how you don't get traction in a computer, I don't know, but the airplane kept going around in circles and wouldn't stop, even when you told it to stop. Reminiscent of that. And it's going to only get better in Anchorage as the winter rolls on.
I'll be right back, Mike.
I'll still be here. All right, hour and 40 minutes, folks. We're getting there. The end is in sight. For those of you that have stuck with it, thank you so much. We sure appreciate you. Those of you popping in, popping out, lurking about. Okay, the little scary part about lurking about, no, we thank you for it. Although it's still a little scary, you're lurking about. I see Igor, you know, with that shoulder in the air. Or is that, no, that's the hunchback. Never mind. Anyway. But I do appreciate y'all, and I hope those that were subbed today by me, I hope you all enjoy your ad-free viewing. And I am going to be working on some additions emotes for y'all, so you can share about. Oh, I like seeing clouds disappear.
I'm back.
You were gone?
I said I'd be right back.
I know you did. I had to have some fun. It's been a 4.5-hour stream. I've got to have fun somewhere. But so far, yeah, the update, yeah, if you go into settings, folks, right here, graphics, you'll find the ability to remove the boats that were added with the
I
Caribbean
didn't see
update.
anything.
You didn't see that?
I did not.
Yeah, if you just click here, I'm not going to click. Go to, I think it's graphics or whatever. It's wherever the draw is. Draw airplanes, draw this, that's where it's hiding. I saw it there, I just haven't unclicked it because I want to see how this goes. And then uncheck it for the next flight and see how that goes. And see if there's a noticeable difference. I personally don't think so. But I don't know much about computers when it comes to making programs. Like this.
It'll probably just be the boats, right?
Yeah, just be the boats that go away. So, I guess the ones that were added with the Caribbean update way back in beta 1 or whatever the heck it was.
Yeah.
So, and they tweaked some other things, so we'll test it out with bated breath. But I would sure love to be able to go back and do replays and not see crash to desktops.
I thought they fixed that.
Well, they fixed the crash to desktops 40 minutes into flying or into your X-plane session. But mine kept, well, let me strike that. In the beginning, right after the release before this one came out to fix that crash to desktop issue, it would still crash to desktop on replay only. And I would be able to send them my crash reports, and that's part of what they said is fixed in this. So we're going to find out. But with the MD-11, I did a couple rewinds. And granted, we're only talking, folks, well, enough time to get from the gate to the runway, get airborne, go back and forth, get a few screenshots, and then shut it back down. And I did fine. So I'm thinking it might have something to do with longevity. So we'll find out, because this will be every bit of 5.5 hours when I get on the ground. I'm trying to see what it says right now. 1:30. Oh yeah, every bit of 5.5, 6 hours. So we'll see if that's what's the trigger. Yeah, sorry folks, I don't really have a lot of music. Got about an hour and a half worth. So yeah, I have it repeating. It's very hard to find copyright-free music in the genre I want, but I'll fall back on one of my other favorites, epic style music. All right, let's see what's up ahead of us. Oh, wow. Los Angeles has no controllers right now. Well, maybe. Is San Diego Approach only doing San Diego, or are they in SoCal mode? Looks like they might be in San Diego mode. Okay, Elevate Tech, that's one thing I don't like, but I know the others do it, so I know that's why you are. Ooh. Looks like they are just controlling San Diego. Nice. You could fly right now wherever you want in Ohio without a controller.
Oh yeah.
Yep, I need to get out of that real quick or I'm going to get myself in trouble. Yeah, there's a flight that I'm wanting to fly, but I just can't. Well, today I got on here late because have you seen the Ghostbuster movie? Not the one with the chicks, but with was
Frozen?
released, huh?
Frozen or something like
Yeah,
that.
Frozen. That was actually pretty good.
It was, and the one before that was awesome too.
That one with the chicks?
No, the one with the those people still in it.
Really?
Paul, what's his name? Paul
I'll
Rude
have
or
to
something.
find out what that one is because I
It's
just.
like aftermath or not aftermath. They're all.
But yeah, I really enjoyed that, and sorry folks for getting on so late today because I really figured it was going to be garbage, mainly because of one of the actors, and it actually was pretty good. I'm not a big fan of one of the actors, so. And now
Yeah,
go ahead.
it's called Afterlife.
Afterlife, that's not the one that they did the women
No,
ghost busting. Okay, because that just kind of
you would
what
really
I was
like that one
scared
too.
about. I'm not a big fan of when they do things like that. That's silly, and that's why I won't watch it. Don't try to destroy franchises like Hollywood's been trying to do again.
Yeah, you probably really like this one too.
Afterlife, you said, or Aftermath?
Afterlife. Ghostbusters Afterlife. Yeah.
And it's now, is Dan Aykroyd and company in it, or is it just this new bunch that I saw today?
Yeah, they're in it too.
Okay, good.
I'm not gonna like spoil it for you because I don't want.
I don't even know if it's on Netflix. I'll be totally honest.
But it would be another one of those. If you really like the franchises, it's probably going to be another tearjerker.
No, it wasn't a tearjerker to me.
I mean, this one probably will be.
Oh, okay. Well, was Harold Ramis in it? One of the original Ghostbusters?
Again.
Okay.
I'm not. He's gone. I know who he is.
Okay.
Again, I'm not going to spoil it for you.
So I didn't know if you knew. So, because I love when Bill
I
Murray
know
and him
when
were
I
together.
spoil it for you.
Those two were great in movies they did, like Stripes and all.
Yeah, with John Candy.
Yep. I had to think, wait a minute, was John Candy? I said, oh, yeah, he was.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So, anyway, that's what made me late today, folks. So I promise I won't be looking on Netflix tomorrow. Or if I do, it'll be really early.
I can tell you if it's on there real quick.
Okay. But I really, and I'll tell you the part that really iced the cake on me with this one. I mean, it was great storyline, seeing all the old characters and all back from the first one. And then pretty much their roles is that very last scene you know how Ghostbusters is notorious. You get part of the credits through, and then there's something, and then the rest of the credits. Flat out loved that scene right there. Oh, and I'm trying to figure out what the heck that trucker was doing, because I have no idea.
I thought you were going to say that that douche from I think it was like the second Ghostbusters movie from the court
There's so many of them.
from the courts that put him behind bars.
Oh,
He made an appearance in that one too, at the end of the movie.
well, this one, I caught the truck. I said, well, I have to watch this before I go stream. And I watched that, and I just went, oh my gosh, that is just so, I mean, there isn't a lot of humor in it to probably many other people, but to me as a truck driver, I'm dying laughing. As an ex-truck driver, so. Oh, that was great though, and that was just, now I understand some commercials I've seen for it and all. It made no sense to me, the commercials.
Yeah, I don't see it on here. I just see Frozen.
That's fine. But like I said, I was pleasantly surprised. The only thing that would have made that maybe just 1 inch better if Sigourney Weaver would have found a way into it.
I thought you were going to say Rick Moranis.
Oh, that too. Yeah. Well, no, I'm not going to give it away for people who may not have seen it. And because of us talking about it, want to now go to Netflix and watch it. So I'm not going to say, but I liked a lot of the bouncing from the first to this one big time. I really liked some of that. Bill Murray, though, was a little bit of a letdown to me in it. So, but anyway.
I mean, it's hard to do acting when you're 80 years old.
Yeah, but I mean, this was probably, I'm not going to say his best, but it's up there, Ghostbusters. That was one of his best movies. I mean, Caddyshack and Stripes are up there too.
And that Meatballs was a good movie too.
I didn't see that, so that's why I couldn't say anything.
Oh, I seen it, and I really liked it.
So, but I was just a little disappointed there, and maybe even a little with Dan Aykroyd. But again, like you said, I get it. Was his name Winston?
Yeah.
Now he, I think, continued his role quite well. So. But yeah, that is why the stream is nearly 2 hours late in getting started, folks, because I really didn't expect to sit through this movie. I figured, okay, I was going to go, this is garbage. And I'm like, no, it's actually pretty good. I didn't get a lot of laughs out of it like I did Ghostbusters. I don't know if I really did laugh a lot in Ghostbusters. But, I definitely didn't get a lot of laugh, except for that last scene. That, again, because I'm a trucker, that's why So, but anyway, folks. And the other show that's been tying me down is Fire Country. It's a CBS. If you're not in the U.S., you may not know it. It's a story. It's a I'm trying to think. It's just a TV show that's airing. You can watch it weekly. But I've been watching the first 22 episodes, I think it is, that's what's on Netflix, and I've been meaning to watch this since it started, but I can never find the dates it's on. And that's a really good show for the firefighting side of my career. That is actually a pretty well done show.
A dude from Transformers is in it.
Who's that?
I don't know what his name is.
What's he play?
Well, in the first Transformers movie, he was driving the Camaro. I just literally looked it up.
Oh.
Like,
you mean driving? Because wasn't the Camaro one of them?
yeah, but like he was with Megan Fox. Like, I don't know what his name is, but he's a really...
The guy that was with Megan Fox with the crush and all on her in that show?
Yeah, he's in Fire Country.
He is. I'm not sure where.
I just don't know his name.
No, I'm trying to take the image and run it, and I'm not finding him. I'll have to watch it. You're gonna make me late tomorrow.
He's like literally on the front picture of Netflix.
I'm just kidding, man. What?
Yeah, he's like literally on the front picture. Like before you start, like you click on the picture, and he's like right there.
Because I know the convict main star, he came from one of the SEAL team shows that was out not too long ago. Might have been called SEAL Team because there were two of them. And the guy from the FBI agent from Bones led the group. And you're making me have to open up the laptop. Man, I tell you.
I think it's like Shea I don't know how to pronounce his name.
I'm going in right now. I still got
Baef or something like.
hour and 20 minutes, so make sure that's right. Yeah, hour and 20 minutes. Ooh, that's pretty in Holland.
Now I heard that they're bringing like the original Ghostbusters TV shows back on Netflix.
Ghostbuster TV shows? I didn't know there were any.
Yeah, like the cartoons. Like the original
country. I didn't know there were any.
Yeah, that's based off, Dan Aykroyd and,
Yeah.
That's based off them. I mean, it's got their voices in it.
I don't see him.
He's literally like.
Well, who you're saying, I don't match up. Yeah, he was the hey. What's the guy's name? Hang on, that you're talking about. Transformers. What was it? Just Transformers was the first one, right?
Yeah.
That's the image I have of who you were saying. Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah.
Okay, he's not in the first 6 actors. You're kidding me. Morgan Bakarin is in this? No way.
Is that literally not him?
That is,
That's like
if I'm getting it right here, no.
in that picture that I just sent you.
Oh, did you send it in Discord?
I sent it direct DM to you. Does that not look like him?
Hang on. Huh. That is not him. His name is Max. Okay, I'm going to start a national incident with the United States. The riot.
It literally looks like him.
It kind of does. But the problem is, if you ever watch the show, because of him being on SEAL team, he is super buffed up. Where I don't think the Shia guy is. I'm trying to figure out where... Marina comes into this. If she's even really in it.
It also says that Kane Brown's in it.
Who?
Kane Brown? Isn't he like a music artist of some sort? American singer and songwriter.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to cast. Kane Brown is in it, yes. What his part is, I don't know. Unless I haven't come across it yet.
Robin. That's just what it says.
So Batman's in this now.
I don't know. It just says Robin. So
yeah, I see that too. Because Marina Baccarin, I have not seen in this yet. She is Firefly. If you've ever watched that sci-fi show Firefly or
I've seen that.
Serenity, that's the hooker. I guess that's what she was. Wow. Fun times. But yeah, I am really, I mean, I still will not go fight forest fires. Sorry, folks. Anything else, pretty much, yeah, I'll go fight. Not a forest fire. To me, too unpredictable.
Yeah, this Kevin Ale Jandro guy that plays as Manny, he looks like the dude that was in Lucifer.
There is, I mean, like I said, it is a really, well, I like what they've done. All right, let's drop back over here, get back into cockpit here, folks. Plenty of fuel, so that's not an issue. Alternate today is Riverside. Many of you may know it as March Air Force Base or Air Reserve Base, it may be called today. And like I said, we'll get more into it when I kick off that new series here on Twitch of flights that I plan to fly over a pretty substantial amount of time. Norton Air Force Base, San Bernardino. So, gave some clues yesterday if you watched the video, but I lived there. And I don't remember much about the place. Granted, we left, I was 5 years old, I think. The big memories, though, are an earthquake, albeit 4 or 5, so you Californians get your laughs in. Laugh it up, buzzballs. And the mountain being on fire. That may also contribute to why I don't want to fight them. But again, from a 5-year-old perspective.
And never experienced a hurricane before.
I have experienced a tropical storm, but never an actual hurricane, let alone when we lived in Charleston, we had a little well, it was on the upper end of tropical storm scales, but it's a tropical storm, so it's really a thunderstorm that just goes on and on and on and on and on. We left, and 10 years later, I think it's been about just either at 10 years or just under 10 years, Hugo came in. It tore Charleston apart. I forget the category. It was 4 or 5 when it came ashore. I know this much. A couple of years after it, I'm in Dallas for a training session with EDS, Electronic Data Systems, and one of our information processing centers sent people in for training from Charlotte, and Charlotte got pounded hard by it. Now do the math how far inland that is. So it came in, it's Andrew-esque to those that lived in southern Florida when that came in. So, but no, actual hurricane never been through. Nor have I been through a tornado. I think I've been close, but thankfully, I'm still able to say close.
I think one actually hit the green not too long ago.
Really?
Yeah, but like I said, it didn't last long.
Well, I know Beaver Creek got hit.
Oh yeah, they did too. Yeah.
Because the firehouse I ran out of there as a volunteer got walloped.
Yeah, that Mike Washstall place.
I don't know that, but and the funny thing is, our house that we lived in Beaver Creek, roughly 2 blocks away. The way my dad said, because he went out shortly after just to see, and he said nothing. But from there towards the mall was where most of it was. Maybe off to the east, but he said, yeah, it looked pretty bad.
Yeah, those back apartments over there, man, they got hit very hard too.
So
those back apartments over there.
All of that's new to me. Remember I told you the mall when I lived in Beaver Creek in the 80s, early 80s, was supposed to be over by 35 and Xenia Road? Something like that. Way, like 180 degrees different than where it landed. I never understood that placement. I mean, that one makes more sense where they put it. But where they were talking, it made, well, I was in high school, didn't really care. But looking back, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, my dad told me a lot about that. He was back there. I forget what for, but he saw a few weeks after the devastation. And the few times I've been back, barely even looks like the Beaver Creek I knew. They changed the high school. They changed a lot. Well, heck, even Dayton itself changed.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Not for the good.
Yeah, I mean, when I drove the truck for Victory Express there, where 675 meets 70, there's a trucking complex that used to be there, right on the, at that intersection. I could see where it was beginning, was in its downfall because of GM pulling. But
Yeah.
the last few times back, it didn't seem, granted, it was only a couple days, not a lifetime, didn't seem as bad as what I remembered in the truck. But it's going to take time. I know that. And I keep telling my wife about Kings Island, and I got a bad feeling I'm going to be...
I hate that.
See, I used to love it only because I came from St. Louis. We have Six Flags. You could fit Six Flags probably, whatever the water park is called, right there on the premise.
Yeah.
You could almost fit it right there. And you paid to get into Six Flags back then more than what you did to get in Kings Island. It was easily 3 times bigger than it.
I'm pretty sure Coney Island's gone too now.
That's down in Cincy, right?
Yeah.
I heard a lot about it. If I ever went, I don't remember it. And it would have been probably pretty young.
I wish, like, Kings Island. Yeah, I'll probably cut off there. Yeah, I wish Kings Island, like, tear down all their rides and, like, turn into Cedar Point.
Well, they had some phenomenal roller coasters when I was there. The Beast, the Racer.
Yeah. The Beast still exists. The Racers are both frontwards now.
Oh, jeez.
Vortex is gone. Of course,
well, see,
Top
that's the
Gun's
problem,
gone.
though. You're competing with Cedar Point. And, I mean, that's roller coaster heaven.
I mean, it's just more exciting. I mean, of course I'm...
Oh, no, I'm not saying a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying you're comparing it with a pretty much just a roller coaster amusement park. And I've only been by it one time. And I would have missed it had I not caught a sign. So, if for some reason I had to run up along the lake up there and I went right by it, and something caught my eye to make me catch that sign.
But, yeah, I don't know, it's just not exciting to me anymore.
Well, and you know, most amusement parks are kind of declining. I mean, Six Flags here, which everyone says is the best, and I'm like, you ain't been to Kings Island. But then they might go to Kings Island and say, this sucks.
Like me?
Well, no, you know what I'm saying. And
yeah.
I think they're all in big decline right now. There's a lot of parks that have closed. And that blows my mind away. Just like the malls. The malls of my goodness, that's where everyone went. Not today, unless you want to get shot.
Right.
So, yeah, if you want to get shot, it's a perfect place to go. All right, we're an hour out. Let's take one more look into Disney World. Oh my goodness, we'll take it, but shocked. Where am I? Oh, there I am, getting ready. Oh my goodness, I found the coastland. Now where am I off to? ENI, which is Mendocino, 12:30. And I'm just doing this, folks, if you're curious, to just have a idea how far out. Then from there, it's 200 miles to here, which I bet that's Aveno. Yep. Put 1710 on the other side. Oh, it already is. Okay. So, yeah, the fun times ahead now. Eureka, we flew over. Did you ever watch that show on Sci-Fi, Eureka?
I have not.
That was actually another pretty interesting show. Just like the, oh crud, what was it? It was the big takeoff from Indiana Jones, the original movie, when they put the Ark of the Covenant in the big warehouse. The warehouse, I think it might have been called, or Warehouse 12 or something like that. It was a spin-off of that and all the artifacts we had stored. It was actually another pretty good show they had, besides Battlestar Galactica. And one other big sci-fi one. Oh gosh, I can't remember the name, but I can see the actors, but I can't remember the name. And don't ask me their names, because I don't know them. Yeah, those were the great days when Sci-Fi Channel actually had some pretty good shows on.
Was it Warehouse 13?
That's it. That was the warehouse show. Whoa. Okay, I thought we were really just... Let's see if I can remember the big sci-fi... See if it comes up. There's Eureka. What? Stargate? No. Oh, I didn't know. What was her name? CC, what's her name in, not CSI, NCIS New Orleans was in this. Warehouse 13. Oh, some of the shows, Farscape, that was the name of it. A lot of people in the station, when I first started there back at the turn of the century, were watching that. All right, let's see here. Well, Oakland ground is up. Whose territory would I be in now if ATC came on? Oakland's, okay. And then, jeez. It's gonna be fun coming into Los Angeles. Alright, there's me. Well, at least still right now, I may be the only one on approach. Unless something pops here real quick. Nobody's the same distance out as me right now. Which I find amazing. Where's the arrivals? Yeah, there's nobody planned right now unless some of these pre-files in Vegas or San Francisco get airborne. Cool.
This show called Devil in Ohio on Netflix.
Gonna leave that. No. Actually, you know, there was when I lived in Beaver Creek. Wish I could pinpoint where the house was, but there was a house known to be haunted. Trying to think what that circle highway was, or circle road around much of the city. Needmore? Is that right?
Needmore?
Needmore?
Isn't that in Dayton?
Yeah, down in Dayton.
I thought you said Beaver Creek.
Well, when I lived in Beaver. But like around Needmore north of it, there out in the farm country, there was a house known to be haunted. And a lot of my friends wanted to go there, and I'm like, you guys go. I ain't going to play with ghosts.
I don't think I ever seen that.
But yeah, I think it even made a show on hauntings. I had a guy when I started a VA. He came on and he was one of those that loved to go on ghost chases. And he's seen some pretty strange stuff out there. The strangest he saw was in Ireland, which, if you never thought about it, living in many of the, if you're looking for historical homes, you're going to find them in Europe. They're 6, 7, 8, 900 years old. They were walking through this house. The bed looked like someone was laying in it and there was nobody there. He says, okay, that you can fake. He said, probably pretty, until it looked like the person got up. He said, that kind of spooked me. He lived out by Philly with the big penitentiary out there. Well known for the hauntings and all in it. Which, again, a penitentiary I would expect. But yeah, he said that one right there kind of really put the hairs up on me. Oh, you would come up. Oh boy.
Good afternoon, corner 73 heavy on descent to 16,000.
Qantas 73, Oakland Center, radar contact. Continue to descent via the Pirate 3 arrival to San Francisco altimeter 2975.
Continue to descend via the Pirate 2 arrival and just say getting altimeter for Qantas 73.
2975 and expect the ILS 28 left.
2975, 28 left, Qantas 73.
Oakland Center, FedEx 811 Heavy with you, flight level 390.
FedEx 811 Oakland Center, good evening. Your radar contact, flight level 390, and you clear direct BURGL.
Cleared direct BURGL, FedEx 811.
Center, Velo 803, join the left at 1 Division 14 at Center.
Ah, I can't find it. There it is. Sorry, folks.
And Velo 803, you have the airport in sight?
Velo 803,
Velo 803, runway 14, clear to land. The wind is 170 at 11.
No, we are going to turn.
14, clear to land, Velo 803.
I did click execute, right? That was direct BURGL, folks. That's okay. That's the edge of his sight. Oh, well. And it begins. Dee-dee. $12:30. Okay, so if I pull this back, that's gonna be pretty much what we're doing. We are direct.
And Qantas 73, reset your transponder for me, squawk 1356.
1356, Qantas 73.
So yeah, folks, if you haven't done it already, X-Plane 12 had an update today to release Client 3. Your charts, and well, your charts, I don't know if they updated, but your FMC data did. And like I said, I put an update in that's been out there for about a good month and a half, 2 months for the Felis bird here. And if you didn't know it, if you've taken the new update for better pushback, you can now update it over there on Skunk Craft's updater. And I did that as well. And that was actually hilarious, and I cannot say with any certainty that had anything to do with the fun we watched. That was hilarious.
Did you get rid of all the boxes, or the boxes still there?
Maintain 6,000.
I don't know if I had already removed them from here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't know. I'm trying to think of a plane that I have that I haven't used over here. I'm sure there's one. To find out. But oh, was that so funny to watch. I mean, I think X-Plane has some work to do with the scenery. A little more in Anchorage than I reported the first time. The first time was a giant hump on 7 right, 25 left. That was like a year and a half ago. And they've fixed that since, along with a couple of other big scenery issues that I came across. One of them, I think one of their people was actually watching and took notes. It was Skagway was holy mackerel. And it has been fixed. I can assure that it has been fixed. But I think the ramps and all, I think it's going to take a visual look at this airport and see how everything really is, because oh my God. I mean, I could see a little sloping on the ramps to help with water removal, like we said, up there. But what we watched, ooh, that was not good. But it was funny. So, reminiscent of what happened in Indianapolis this past winter, I think it was, when I first got the MD-11 and tried pushing it back on, was it snowing, icing? I can't remember what the weather exactly was, but the ramp...
Navelo 803, welcome to Sonoma, left turn when able, taxi to the gauges frequency.
and it was reported totalized. And better push back, and the plane just wouldn't stop. It just kept going in circles. They couldn't even straighten up or anything. It was just, I can't stop it. It was quite hilarious. No, say the least.
That's Lufthansa 418 trying to call just to get a carrier, no voice.
And we're getting ready to go into that season again, folks.
Calling a 73 Heavy, depart the ARG intersection on the heading of 070.
All right, time to start
Leave
looking
ARG,
at my
heading 070,
arrival.
corner 73 Heavy.
See what
I'm really
goes up.
looking forward to all the snow that's coming
Do what?
on next plane.
Did they get a lot of snow planned in X-Plane? Oh. My bad. I clicked the update and forgot I was on voice.
Delta Center, good day, Swiss 39.
That's fine.
San Francisco.
If there's snow, like how the snow's going to be with this new weather.
Heavy push in start is approved and advisory to taxi.
hoping for a lot of things.
Advisory for taxi, Swiss 39.
Yeah.
The radar is what's really got me perked. Now I got to learn how to use it. I don't know how to do the radars.
Lufthansa 418, if you copy center, squawk 7244 night then.
Be right back.
Sound check, Lufthansa 418. Lufthansa 418, I've got you 5x5 now. How you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The squawk was 1744, right?
7244.
Okay, so 26 from 39 is 6? No. 13, right? Let me pull out the $1 million calculator. There we go. So 78.
Lufthansa 418, your radar contact, flight level 320. Cleared present position direct to Kilo, uniform 72 Kilo.
$24 miles out of BURGL, we'll ask
uniform
for our
72 Kilo. Lufthansa 418.
Correct.
See how that relates.
Lufthansa 73, heavy descent and maintain 4,000. And that's Qantas 73, heavy descent and maintain 4,000.
Descent maintain 4,000, corner 73 Heavy.
Oh, they got us after BURGL. I did the math right, correct? Yeah, we're gonna have to start down before. Oh wait, let's look. I'll bet that's why.
Qantas 73, heavy, turn left heading 030.
Left turn 030, corner 73 Heavy.
All right, folks. Crowley will be between 29, 26. Muppet, maybe Kermit will join us. flight level 27 and flight level 23,000.
Oakland Center, good day.
And we'll continue down into Bayest at 9,000.
Qantas 74, Oakland Center, good evening. Resend the flight plan when you get a chance for me.
That's a weird, okay. A will be 6,000 feet. Tire to wire at 7,000, and so it should be a pretty good descent.
Roger, I'll be back.
So, then we have
Qantas 73 Heavy, turn left heading 310, you're 5 miles from Heman. Maintain 4,000 until established on the localized. Go clear to ILS, approach runway 28 left.
Left turn 310, maintain 4,000
left.
until established. Cleared ILS 28 left, Qantas 73 Heavy.
we may be, oh wait, I need to go back, cancel, 25 left.
Oakland Center, Qantas 74, that should be a flat timer.
Qantas 74, Oakland Center, reset your transponder, squawk 3742 and ident 3742.
I think we come in at Trendo.
3742, Qantas 74.
I have no idea where we expect it.
Squawk is identical, Qantas 74.
And Qantas 74, Oakland Center, radar contact, flight level 390 over Creen intersection.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go.
And Qantas 74 Heavy's clear to the San Francisco International Airport via direct Pirate and the Pirate 3 arrival. You can descend via the Pirate 3 arrival at your discretion. San Francisco altimeter is 2975, expect 28 left.
Cleared for San Francisco Pirate 3 arrival, Roman 28 left,
5,000.
and altimeter is 2975, Qantas 74. And what was the detailed altitude?
Yeah, you can descend via the Pirate 3 arrival as published.
Run.
Qantas 73 Heavy, runway 28 left, clear to land, the wind is 300 at Niner.
28 left, clear land, Qantas 73 Heavy, be down.
All right, that'll work, folks. Let me just go back and really fix this up. Okay, that'll work. All right, folks, so we're ready for this approach, I hope.
And Lufthansa 418 Heavy for right direction of flight. Can you accept flight level 330?
Climb to flight level 330, Lufthansa 418.
Lufthansa 418, roger, thank you. Climb and maintain flight level 330. I'll show that as your final now.
Oakland Center, Southwest 3369, passing 340 to 360.
Southwest 3369, Oakland Center, roger, good evening. Your radar contact, clear direct waves, and the remainder of the Surfer 4 arrival, maintain flight level 360.
Clear direct waves, and maintain the 74 arrival, maintain 360, Southwest 3369.
Southwest 380, you on frequency?
right. All right, so tower is up.
Oakland close, Southwest 380, flight level 340. We have the weather at San Jose. Request descent at 20 miles. Southwest 380, Oakland Center radar contact. Descend via Silicon 6 arrival. Runway 30 left transition. And
what's
you've got the
going
weather
on
San Jose.
here?
Descend via Silicon 6 or 30 left. Southwest 380.
Swiss 39 Heavy, your request taxi.
And Swiss 39
All of a
Heavy,
sudden the
taxi
weather's
to
got
runway
my goodness.
28 right via Alpha, Foxtrot, cross runway 1 left, runway 1 right on Foxtrot, hold short 28 left.
Oh boy. Okay, minimums.
28 right via Alpha, Foxtrot, cross 1 right, Foxtrot, hold short 28 left.
200 and a half.
Swiss 39
Okay,
Heavy.
cool. We're good so
The
far,
reback is
folks.
correct.
All right, if you haven't read, let me bring charts back in. Guess what? All of a sudden the weather's deteriorated there. Latest 13 minutes ago, 260 at 8, cool. 6 mile visibility, drizzle. Broken 600 feet. Broken 12,000 feet. So we definitely are coming in ILS, probably auto land. Let's take a look at the METAR here real quick. And I may have to go to the TAF. 270 at 8. 6 miles, 600, still good there. Visibility southwest. We could get down to 200.
Heavy, full bay, Alpha 2.
No.
And Qantas 73 Heavy, roger, welcome to San Francisco, and you can taxi to your gate.
Qantas 73 Heavy, thanks.
Fun times coming, folks. All right, so folks, get ready. Somebody decided to throw fog in on us. All right, let me Havano is right next to it. It's 17.1. We're still out of range. Okay. Shouldn't be, but I think we are. Okay, hang on, folks. I'm going to kill the music here.
Southwest 3369 at pilot's discretion, descend via Surfer 4, arrival runway 28 left, San Francisco, altimeter 2975.
Oh man, I'm going to head off to bed.
Enjoy. I got a Cat 2 arrival awaiting me in Los
Wait, where are you going?
Angeles.
Yeah, I'll still have you up though.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yep. Have a good one.
Enjoy, man. See ya. Okay, what the heck is going on here? Why are we... Where are we? That's the bay. We're approaching. Why am I not getting Avenal? 14-0. Okay. Can't imagine 70 miles out of Avino, we can't pick them up. All right, folks, that was hilarious here in the house. I thought we had a light problem coming up.
Southwest 380, turn right, proceed direct, Clyde.
The light flickered. It was my wife turning her light off in her desk up here. Phew. I mean, that's almost time to cry after 5.5 hours of flying to lose power. It's bad enough VOR2 is weird. That'll do it. Somehow it got moved to standby. Oh, it's those ghosts we were talking about. All right, are we gonna cross any VORs? I really should have taken the SAID, folks. Dang it. Oh boy. Yeah, we have no VORs on this. Oh, excuse me, folks. Pizza's decided to fight back.
So it's 39 Heavy, holding short, 28 left.
So sir, 39 Heavy, cross runway 28 left, runway 28 right. You're cleared for takeoff. The San Francisco wind is 300 at Niner.
Clear cross 28 left and cleared takeoff 28 right. So sir, 39 Heavy.
Lufthansa 418, you're leaving my airspace to the northeast. Salt Lake Center is offline. Your radar service is terminated. Frequency change to Unicom is approved. Have a good flight.
Changing frequency to Unicom, Lufthansa 480.
Oakland Center, FedEx 811 Heavy. Like to request a start in on our descent for Los Angeles.
FedEx 811, descend and maintain flight level 330.
Down to 330, FedEx 811.
Southwest 380 at Clyde, cleared for the approach runway 30 left. At Clyde, cleared for the approach 30 left, Southwest 380, thanks. FedEx 811, you'll be leaving my airspace to the south. LA Center's offline. Your radar service is terminated. And frequency changes approved. They might be showing up. I show them as an observer right now, so that they might be showing up. If they do, they'll be on 2652.
Okay, FedEx 811 Heavy, thanks for the ATC. We'll be watching for Center or SoCal to come up as we get closer. Have a great night. Over to Unicom.
You too. Take care.
Okay, we'll see what they come up with. All right, we're still 0.85. I want to set 300 is my max. And then when we equal that, I'm going to switch us into indicated speed for this descent, and we'll get on down. We're going to continue on down to 26. And then as we get close to Crowley, we'll continue to 23, 20, and so forth as the Bayes tells us to. Actually, maybe 28. Let's go indicated. Okay, and let's pull up our descent. Actually, let's first put in the calculations. Runway for landing, 11,000. Elevation 120. 250. And dry temperature right now 19, and it's 2976. 270, 8 knots. Okay, so flaps 30. Here's our speeds right now, folks. Our landing speed is 147, so we'll call it 155 coming in on the approach. Set my speed bugs. Okay, now here's what our auto brakes will give us. We're going to go medium. Hang on, folks. I have a feeling oh, I didn't. I thought I left the chart up. So we'll go medium. Okay. Alright, we're descending via the base 1 arrival. We've crossed, coming up on Do It, and then Crowley. Okay, we're in that zone, and we got 11 miles to go. So we're going to level, and then we're going to drop, and then we'll get the takeoff going, or arrival. Excuse me, folks. All right, let's start the fuel.
1,000 level off.
Okay, where are we? Eight miles from Do It. Okay, so we'll be drifting in here in a minute. Tower may be the only thing we have. We'll see. There's that low cloudiness we're about to encounter. Okay, at Crowley I plan to slow to 280. Alright folks, welcome in. Thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. We are roughly 30 minutes out from landing. Actually it's saying 15. I'm being generous at 30. Folks, weather in the Los Angeles basin is not looking all that great. Above minimums. However, currently as of 31 minutes ago, it's 6 miles drizzle, 600 feet broken. There's our ceiling, folks. 1200 broken, 19, 17, great recipe for fog if the winds weren't up. So this is a storm system coming in. Visibility south, west, and west at a half mile. So now minimums for this airport. Okay, wait a minute, real quick. All right, so when we come in, we're gonna head for Honda or Gate. Give us as much room to get established, and we'll call tower at Gigi, unless otherwise told to call earlier. Fully established, gear down, flaps 30, 155 on the speed. Minimums for this airport, Cat 1, 200 feet. So we got a 400-foot buffer and a half mile. So even if that half mile comes over, we should be good. We should be getting some RVRs here soon. So as long as it stays at 6 miles, we're okay. But if it starts going any lower, we may get RVRs. As long as we're 18 or higher, we're good. Fun times, folks. Welcome. Wonder if we're on the base now. Nope, not yet. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. Distance, 4 miles. Okay, so we're not on the chart yet. Should be. Oh, it's going to be right before. Okay, I'm going to start slowing to 280. Okay, down we go, 23. Okay, and we're at 280. All right, folks, we're descending. Muppet Kermit will come aboard, help us in to Los Angeles. Just kidding. 27 and 23 were good. We are well within that from Crowley. I like to be at the bottom end to make things a little easier for us to work it in. Okay, next number is 20. All right, grippers. Okay, and let's go ahead Start dumping off the pressure. Two 976. Okay, let's start this. It'll hold.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Low.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Hold on.
Okay. Perfect place. Gonna also okay. 16 going for 14, going for 12. All right, folks, we're setting up now for the basin. All right, so gonna keep my spoilers for now till we get below 210. Actually, we'll have flaps ready, so we should be ready to arm here shortly. But everything else I think I have done. Altitudes dumped, go around set, fuel panel set, seat belts, landing data, APRs, altimeters are all set, ready to go. All right, here we go, and we should be on the ground here in about 20 minutes. Hope y'all have enjoyed. Anchorage into Los Angeles. We are
1,000 level off.
Few minutes out. Again, thank you for flying with Mike. And I just need to keep my charts handy because weather is frightful here. Okay, 3 minutes ago, 5 miles, 400. Mile and, visibility, 1.25 miles. Runway 24 visibility. West is a half. Still not getting RVRs. That's wild. All right, folks, you heard it. This is going to be a nail-biter landing, and I think I may turn this over to auto for the most part. All right, 12,000's coming up. We're headed down to 9.
10,000.
All right, 1,000 to go by based, and then down to 7,000 by Dwyer. It is kind of looking a little nasty here, folks. Where's the city? Actually, that would be the water. Disregard. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay, fooled me. It's over there, folks. Over here. Yeah, there's the land. That's actually the ocean, folks. Oops. I'll be your captain all day long. Down to 7. And we're going to begin slowing to 210. All right, ILS, time for it. 109.13.6, right? Okay. That gives us right now what our track is to the airport. Distance-wise, we're about to overfly it. 1099 is our 25 left ILS, folks. So we're just getting into 7,000, and now we're about to do the crisscross over. Which I don't get why we do this, but that's how the base works. So I'm sure there's some ultimate reason LA has it, or FAA, or whoever has it set up this way. It's really bizarre. Seems kind of, well, taking a 747 over that path, that's an inbound aircraft there. Now I could see it straight over the airport, but then you got to run into the chance of a go around. Okay, here we go, folks. 110. And we're beginning to have that issue, folks. The automatic disconnect has been canceled for now. I got a feeling it is going to happen. Personally, doesn't look bad. But again, things always seem to be different when I turn inbound on an approach. Now we're throwing weather at this, so okay, 48 minutes ago they're reporting nothing. Okay, so according to VATSIM, it's beautiful weather there. According to the tower 10 minutes ago, it's 400 overcast, 1917, and 2976 with a 240 at 7 wind. I'll go with current.
Localizer alive.
Okay, folks, if we disconnect, we won't be connecting again, just so you know. I just love this fix we're coming up to. Why? That's so funny. I don't know why I find it so funny. Well, yeah, I do, but it is. All right, so 5,000. Okay, if I switch over here, where are we 5,000 at here? Gate. All right, so we'll start a descent, come around at 3,000. Okay. Okay, let's take a look. Based one more time. 5,000, no speed. Nine on the ground. Holy mackerel. Okay, down to 5.
Armed.
Altimeters.
1008. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
I'm back.
You're back. Quick nap.
Flaps 1.
Yep.
Well, we're going to see
Flaps
if we
5.
stay online. He told me that center might come up, but he was flying. 118.1, I believe it is. 2950. Ah, they changed. Dang it.
Terrain.
Dang it, it did.
Terrain.
What happened?
Oh, does it to me all the time. And there's our disconnect as expected. Well, sorry folks, but X-Plane or X-Pilot disconnected us, so we have to just go with what we got now. Would have been nice, but it'll disconnect again. We'll try one more time. Yeah, we're going to disconnect again. All right, not worth it.
Do you think that's on the X-Plane side, or you think it's on the modders for the
It's
plane
on
side?
the X-Pilot. That's
Oh,
what we
X-Pilot.
use to connect. I'm almost positive. And it's, I mean, like I've said earlier in the stream, I don't have a problem with it. I know some people who do. But
Flaps 10.
there's 10 people on the ground at LAX. They don't need a tower catching me every time I come back to go out in 30 seconds. So I get that. We finished that. Okay. All right. Let's get her slowed to 155. We're on glide slope. Okay. Yeah, folks, there you saw it. Classic. It, for some reason, tripped off. Does that to me all the time. And I think LAX is like its nemesis. Because it seems to me like it's LAX that I'm always getting back up before I hit the mountains or hit the hills. All right, here we go. Let's see how bad the weather really is. Your rendering options are set too high. X-plane. Uh-oh. Like, what?
I think it just means your graphics.
My rendering settings? I don't know what that means. Hopefully it's in the log and I can look it up. Okay,
Gear down. Flaps 20. Flaps 25. Gears down, green light. Flaps
All right.
30.
Looking for a runway, guys. And gals.
See,
Kind of see one, but I want to make sure I see it. I got lights, so we can continue. I lost the lights. Oh yeah, there they are. We're still good. But let's get the stick up here. Got approach lights, so we're coming in. And Los Angeles Tower, FedEx 811 Heavy. 5 mile final. Runway inside 25 left.
Approaching minimums.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse.
Okay, idle reverse.
Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off. 60 knots.
Alright, roger to FedEx. FedEx 811 Heavy. Alright.
Flaps up.
By the way, this is idle thrust.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Hold on. Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Damn. 7 units.
Outflow valves.
He really
Open.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
See these frame rates? That's what's my concern. That's what the message was about.
Chocks are on.
And that's this plane. Well, we flew in the Citation and had the same trouble too.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Ground power connected.
Wow, 72 feet a minute.
Hard landing.
No. A lot of grease left behind on that landing. All right, let's see how we were judged by our peers at Sim Toolkit and Elevatech. All right, unload. I will not be rewinding here, folks. Okay. That is not Sim Toolkit. 172 feet a minute Sim Toolkit, I think I saw. Again, a bummer I couldn't remain online. Yeah, 172 feet a minute. Hey, we'll take it. Curious. Yeah, it did. Came up to 20. Oh, 5-hour flight, folks, 2,000 miles, 48,600 kilograms of fuel, 1G on the landing, 136, 172. That's some really good numbers, folks. We were a little long, that is for sure, but still in the, should still be in the landing zone. Barely. 2,800 feet down it. Not bad. Had we been here, we might have made the turnoff quicker to FedEx. And the numbers look really good. 1.5 foot off the center line. That was pretty good. And just so you're all curious, I'm about right here. Elevatech, who I am a beta tester for, has us at 69 feet per minute. Wow. They blocked us at 5 hours, so pretty much the same. So really a good, for a nice way to end that. I really wish we could have stayed online, but wasn't meant to be, folks. I don't even know if tower even stayed up. That irritated me. Oh, I already, no, I didn't. There it is. Nope, tower's there. 6 people on the ground beside tower. All right, so that was a really good flight, folks. We again will not, repeat, not be running reverse on this because of frame rates. However, I did forget something. Even though there's no ladders, no nothing for it. Oh, and the beacon.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
so let's take a look at this. And yesterday's eclipse to today's what should have been, by all accounts, folks, a Cat 2 landing, and wasn't. I don't know if that's because of that rendering, but not bad. Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up tomorrow. We're going to have some fun. We're headed to the land down under again. We're going to come out of Christchurch and head over the channel, I guess you'd call it, I don't know, to Sydney, and have some fun, and hopefully I remember how to fly the A350-9, because I'd like to try from Brussels to Berlin, Brandenburg, not Tegel. So that's tomorrow, and hopefully I will be more punctual, folks. Oh, that's actually pretty cool right there. So, all right, so I hope you all have a great day, great night, be safe, and we will see you tomorrow, God willing. See you then.